raise your hand up, please. All right, there's only one person with the hackathon shirt. This means you're not yet registered to be in this area. So this is what we're gonna do. You're gonna head over to the front entrance of this floor. Just verify from Mike, who's standing there, that you have checked in on Luma, and then get a shirt of your size. If you want to be in this area, we want to know you're part of the hackathon. So how do I know you're part of the hackathon? You're wearing the shirt, or you at least have it in your hand. So let's go to the entrance, register, come back here. We're going to get started with our entire hackathon. We're going to do the kickoff. So, all right, everybody, we're going to head over back to the entrance, form a line. Verify with the front that you are signed into our hackathon, grab a shirt, and let's find a seat and get seated here. Thank you.
They asked to do. Okay, look, I couldn't upstate, but it's not
No, so basically, you're not going to be seeing directly together. They're going to see you, Oreo, but they're going to be seeing.
Yeah. So if I'm here, you're going to see this, right?
Yeah.
I'm here talking to
You need to be up here.
I don't know. Wherever you want to stand. You're going to see my side profile. I think my left side's my work side. Right side. Yeah, I'm here. This is like now my left face. We want to see this front, so I think I can share it. The speakers. I think standing around here is not very
I need to share this. I just want to send it to YouTube like this just so I just sent it to you.
You send me the link. You just text me on it. Sometimes. I have to pick up all of this. Sir? Where's the mic?
You have the microphone. Yeah, Sean. I already hear it.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. One more time, mic check, mic check. Should we give you a head count now for lunch? Huh? Okay. How long does it take normally from order to when you supper? We could do like a late lunch, like at 2 p.m. anyway, because it's, you know, everyone's probably already had late breakfast and stuff. Okay, I'll start getting a number, okay? What are you getting? Sushi?
Going, bro.
What's up, good up?
Mine's general. Having to actively file a review for going for this. Oh, you're getting burgers. Get the burger. Get the burger.
up. Everything's good.
Are we live?
What?
Are we live?
We're gonna be live. People online are there. Dude, the setup.
I want to say hi.
Do you think you can kind of help me a little bit on actually? It's fine. Hey, is it? I need your help. Presentation. So there's a Frontier website and a Immersive Commons website. You just have to navigate it first. It's on that laptop right there.
They see how I make it, like my prompts, literally.
Okay.
What do I have to do? Just go to the website and press button?
Yeah. So I'm gonna do Frontier Tower, then Immersive Commons, and then we're gonna switch to RP1 Metaverse website, which is right here. And that's it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna start talking about the tower. That's how I'm gonna start.
Okay. Do I scroll down?
I think we're beneficial, yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys, welcome to the first annual Open Metaverse Hackathon here at the Frontier Tower. Welcome. We are right here at the top floor of the Frontier Tower. Who can tell me what this floor is named? What is the name of this floor? Who can tell me here? It's the cross-pollination floor. This is the place where everyone at this tower across 15 floors come together to share groundbreaking ideas with each other in the hopes of creating a better future, a more interdisciplinary, a more integrated future. And nothing better describes this floor than what's about to happen here. We're coalescing around the metaverse. The Frontier Tower is 16 floors of Frontier Tech. If you guys want to be a member here and be part of other events, hackathons, if you guys have dreams and no one's believing in you, this is the place where you end up. We have memberships where you can play monthly. It's $190 to be part of this community, but you get access to invaluable amount of connections, knowledge, community, and a bunch of projects that you can do here. You can even make your way and become a floor lead here and lead your own space. It is a place where the magic is happening in the city of San Francisco, and soon this concept will evolve and we will be all across the world. But we start right here. This is ground zero for us. This event today for the RP1 is supported by our partners and hosted by the Immersive Commons. And this is a little startup incubator lab that I founded to support ideas like RP1 and other frontier projects that need a strong platform. There's 5 focuses that we have at the Immersive Commons. There's immersion, simulation, agency, synthesis, and embodiment. These are broad stroke terms, but we're not here to do the easy stuff. We do the hard stuff here. We put in hours of work trying to make the impossible possible by research and grit and using our brains. So if you guys want to be part of our projects, like helping the RP1 community develop on their protocol, or look at the future of immersion, or look at agency, agentic world that we're building here, Web 4.0, and other projects like that, you guys can join the Immersive Commons. Now I'm going to hand over to Sean, who is our leader in the open metaverse, the new standard, and he's going to kick off the hackathon for us.
Wow, this is crazy. First, Ray, thank you very much. This is amazing. This is a special moment. I want you to think about when Raise your hand if you guys have ever heard of AOL and Prodigy and CompuServe. I know it kind of ages you. Half the people are a little younger. So before there was something called the World Wide Web, which you guys have enjoyed and built on, and all the companies in the world have infrastructure. They started in these closed platforms, these closed ecosystems. And someone, a guy named Tim Berners-Lee, actually invented the very first web browser. And that started an amazing journey in creating the World Wide Web we know today. And what's crazy is in less than 3 weeks in putting this thing together, we got over 460 participants. Many people are at home, are all over the world. Nigeria, I saw people in Europe and Asia, all over that are actually joining today remotely, including the people that have actually made it in person here. I know a handful of people actually flew in for this event. So I just want to thank everyone here and also at home. I can see you guys over there. And thank you for joining the very first Open Metaverse Hackathon. And this is a historical moment. It's funny when I use the term metaverse. Some people are like, you know, we don't want to use the term metaverse, or you use it as an adjective to describe a 3D scene that you created. And we use the term metaverse as an evolution of the World Wide Web. And that's super important because you have to think about what the future is going to look like. And a key point for this hackathon is that you're not building for RP1. You're building for you. You get to become the WordPress. You can build anything you can imagine that you believe the world will need when they start building their own spatial fabric, which is an evolution of websites, using a new metaverse browser, which is an evolution of the web browser. And so I just want you to think about becoming the WordPress or the Canva or the Squarespace or Wix or AI tools and everything imaginable. That's what this hackathon is about. It's learning something that you may have heard about for the very first time today, things that you've been dreaming about, things that you wish you could do, but you couldn't because the big platforms don't allow you to build tools within their ecosystem. So this is your moment, not just ours. This is the world to actually join and start building the next open ecosystem that's going to carry us for the next multiple decades. With the future of the internet, which we refer to obviously as the open metaverse. And so I want you to think about today's moment, and you're going to remember this forever. I think if there were people that actually started building the standards back in the day and were a part of it, and they can think back where they were at when that moment happened. And so I want you to realize there's sometimes you do hackathons where you build for a company, but this is a moment that you'll remember and be able to tell your grandkids, in my opinion, and hopefully we'll all be correct, that you're going to go back and say, I was literally there in the room, or I was on Discord and joining in and actually contributing to what is eventually going to allow us to move all over the world with AR glasses, joining people in the real world with VR or desktop, including mobile as well. So before I get to kind of the history of RP1 and how we got here, I have a lot of thank yous. And I like to get through the thank yous early because it's, you know, it takes an army to get to this point, and people have actually supported the process. And so obviously first I got to thank obviously the Frontier Tower and Rayan, you've been absolutely amazing. This guy is a hero. Honestly, we met at CES, and one of the brightest people I've ever met. And he was so inquisitive. And I think bright people are people that ask questions. They're super inquisitive, they're passionate, and they want to understand things that may be out of their purview. And we had a really, really deep conversation at CES, and the light bulbs went off saying, this is going to be the future of the internet. And you hear about the spatial internet, you hear these ideas of metaverse, and he asked the right questions where he honed in on exactly what we were all about. And he said the Frontier Tower is the place you have to have your first hackathon. And so that's actually how we did it. Normally I don't want, like literally as a team, I'm like, no, we can't put on a hackathon in 3 weeks, this is crazy. But everything was aligned to say, we need to do this, we need to get this started. There's no reason to wait till tomorrow if we can start today and get people to understand these concepts. So my next thank you is I want to thank obviously the Kronos Group and the Metaverse Standards Forum. We actually have Neil Trevette here. They were a sponsor and contributor to the event. We'll get a little bit more information about them in a little bit. I want to thank Sandbox VR for sponsoring. AWE and Sonia Haskins, she's actually going to be here tomorrow as a judge, but I want to thank them for contributing and sponsoring. AWE is one of the largest XR expos in the world. We actually have it coming up in Long Beach in June. So if you're really interested about the open metaverse and XR devices, that's one of the best places to go to really see all the different companies that come together to share their new discoveries, their new things that they're launching. I also want to thank Klein. Klein AI. They're super big. In fact, actually, I'd like to invite Tony up to actually talk for a second about what they're doing. They're a really important sponsor to us. They recognize that what was neat about Tony, come on up, Tony. What was neat about Tony is that they're all about open. And it really, I recognize it immediately as a perfect partner because I think the open standard is super important. And when you think this way, it really makes you know what type of tools, what type of things you're using. And so I want to invite him to come up as a sponsor and really share a little bit more about Klein, okay?
Thanks so much. I could not thank you enough for that kind of introduction.
Yeah.
And also good news, we got lunch on the way, so that'll be here fairly soon. So in actuality though, the thing that really moves me about RP1 and the things that I feel as though are going to be built here is that these things are for everyone, right? Like these aren't products, these are protocols. These are things that folks will ideally be able to use as a groundwork to build a better future. And there's something inherently beautiful about that. So for folks that are wanting to build on RP1 today, we're actually like giving free Klein credits out to be able to build on the platform. Go to klein.bot/hack and apply for the said credits. I should be able to allocate those to you shortly. There's a couple of things that I know that all of us are wanting to see built today and get out today, but like I guess the way to ground it and focus it is focus on building things that are foundational, focus on building things that others can use, like MCP servers that help you build on fabrics. I believe Sean has some additional insights on that. Build things that others can leverage to create a brighter tomorrow. So anyways, rant over. Make sure that you apply for credits on klein.bot/hack, and we should be able to get you guys hooked up with that.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Thanks, Johnny.
Everyone, please give a round of applause for Tony. And for Klein recognizing what we're doing here and wanting to be a part of this journey. Again, to recognize this is pretty special. I want to thank Binance, Ole Schkinder, he'll be here tomorrow, who's part of this. Another person who's actually here in person, which we have to thank a lot for joining us, is David O with Pico. And, so let's give him a round of applause. In fact, actually, David, if you want to come up and say a couple things. So we're super excited because the Open Metaverse browser initiative is super important because we want to build our relationships with all the hardware manufacturers, everything from AR glasses to VR headsets. And Pico has an amazing reputation in the industry. And for us, it's about joining forces to figure out what those open standards are needed where all enterprises can start building. So this is really important. I can't thank you enough for being a sponsor, and obviously love for you to share a couple words with everyone.
Thanks, Sean. Really appreciate it. You know, I love being here, supporting the RP1 community. We made some big news recently. We just announced or teased our new headset, Project Swan. Woo! You can do your own Googling. I'm not here to talk about that and shell that, but we also released a lot of our new OS in documentation, so if you're a developer, go check it out. But the main reason why I'm here is because I want to tell you how much I support and appreciate the RP1 community. We all believe in a world where their ethos makes a lot of sense, especially in these times, right? And what a lot of people don't know is RP1 stemmed from a lot of the XR diehards, the people who have been building when things got tough and kept building. And when winters came, they kept through it, trying to progress a technology around spatial computing. But what's really awesome is that now spatial computing has always been the convergence with AI. AI has always been the brain. And spatial computing allows the AI to see, allows the AI to understand different modalities and what your limbs are doing. It has persistent memory, so if you have a camera on your face, you'll never forget. You'll have a Jarvis on your head. And I really appreciate the RP1 community because a lot of people who were supporting RP1 was these original diehards who were around spatial computing. And the second part that I wanted to talk about was the aspect of hackathons. All of you guys are here today as builders, and you guys are thinking about how to build the new standards around the spatial internet. And it's coming fast. How are we envisioning the web? But how are we envisioning the web where it's now more assistance? It's now going to be a two-way dialogue with AI. So this is an exciting hackathon. I'm really excited about what you will build. And another little tidbit is that we also have another hackathon next week, Saturday, at the Founders Inc. So all your projects, how many of you are training AIs during this hackathon? Okay, good number of you. If you guys are training AI, if you want to bring it into headset, bring it to spatial, we have $10,000 worth of prizes. You can hack with us at Founders Inc. this Saturday. So what you guys are building today can pay off for a big bounty next week. And I'm very glad to be here. Neil, thank you so much for also sponsoring the event. So I wanted to thank everyone here. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much, David. Couple more thank yous. They're not here today. They really wanted to be here. Patch Reality, Patrick O'Shaughnessy and Wade Tinney, two really neat people. And when I talk about passion, they've been following along the RP1 journey. And when they realized what we were truly building, they wanted to be one of the first tools to actually use the open standards in these new concepts. And they built something called Manifolder, and it's quite special because it wasn't built by us. And this shows you the power that they didn't need to come to us and ask permission. We did help guide them in learning some of the new standards, but this was their opportunity to actually say, we want to build tools because people will build spatial fabrics in the future, and we want to be part of that ecosystem. Just like how someone recognized someone's going to need tools to build websites that are going to be used by everyone all over the world. And so it was a really important moment and special for us at the team, because when you're working, and I'm sure all of you guys can feel this same feelings, when you build something from scratch, 0 to 1, it's probably the loneliest place you'll ever be at, right? Because you're trying to tell the world what you're building, you're trying to tell them how special it is, and they're looking at you like you're speaking some foreign language, but you know it's special, and you have to keep going. And so for Patch Reality to recognize this, spend time, and actually literally build one of the first set of tools was a really special moment for us, and I want to give them mad kudos for being kind of the first to kind of jump on this amazing journey. We also want to thank the Virtual World Museum and Julian Reyes. They built an amazing, not only a hub inside of RP1, but they're looking at how to build and connect lots of virtual spaces all over the world in different platforms. The Virtual World Society for Alvin Graylin and Tom Furness. They are ambassadors to the world of VR. Tom Furness is the godfather of VR, and he's been following us for a very long time and recognizes the importance of what we're bringing to the table. And I want to thank them obviously for sponsoring. The XR Guild, Avi Barzaiv. Avi's amazing and has built an amazing community within the XR Guild. And these are people that have been in the VR space for decades. And I call them the OGs of the space. And it's neat that they know how important is the future of all these technologies, and they want to make sure it's inclusive. And it's with bringing everyone together versus in any kind of one company or one system or one set of rules that we may not agree with. And I think that's quite special. I also want to thank the XRA. Liz Hyman, I actually just got to see last week. I just flew out to Capitol Hill and got to meet with senators and Congress people that are looking about the next standards or care about where the world is going. And I just want to give you a brief understanding that after we shared about the open metaverse browser and kind of solving for these open standards, they really believed in what we were doing and felt this could be an amazing federal moment to get involved. And so we're right now, again, really sharing this across the world, and we believe it's going to take an army and bring everyone together to build these standards the same way that the World Wide Web was formed. And last but not least, the XRSI and Kavya Perlman. She's been around the metaverse for quite some time and really cares about the safety and the special initiatives to know that you protect your data. And I think when she recognized that we're building the future of websites, which are called spatial fabrics, that you can own all of your data, just like you do your web infrastructure. And this is super important. And so it's, I want to thank her, obviously, for what she's done. She's been holding along for a long time and recognizes kind of where things are going. Last but definitely not least, I have to thank the RP1 team. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to call everyone out. You don't have to applaud, but at the end, like I said, to go 0 to 1 is one of the hardest things in the world. And we didn't start off thinking we're building, the open standards or a metaverse browser, all these things. And I'm going to get to the story in a second. But it's amazing when you have a whole bunch of smart people that care a whole lot, and you pivot as you learn and you learn and you learn, and that's when you find your thing. And that's what happened to us. And so I'll get to that a little bit in a second. But I want to start off with Chris. Chris, are you here? Chris is Chris is right there. Dean, right over there, perfect. Dave Cernicke, where are you at? There's Dave. Jim, right there. David Nassau, where are you at? Perfect, in the back over there. Junior, where are you at? Junior, all in the back, perfect. And everyone say hi to Yinch. So Yinch is over there. He's right now in the UK. And he's going to be helping manning Discord, and he's a huge part of our team. So hi Yinch, how's it going? I'm glad you're, I wish you were here with us, but I'm glad you're helping us over on Discord, so I appreciate it. And so I want to just give a round of applause to the team, because you know what, when you're lonely, it feels good to know that you're getting recognized for some of the work that you've done. So thank you. So our journey. I think it's always important to know where you come from to understand why we're here. Because if you don't, then how do you know why we're doing these things and the decisions that we're making? I know you guys remember when articles started coming out about the metaverse. Obviously the term came from Snow Crash, but it really started to get pretty exciting when obviously Facebook changed their name to Meta, and there was all this energy around the future of virtual worlds and spaces and all these things. And I met up with Dean, who is one of the smartest programmers and engineers and architects. I mean, he's really, really, really special in how he can see big vision. But the neat thing about him, if I could give him some kudos, is he's not clouded by everything that's in the world. He saw things from the ground up, and he looks at a top-down design and thinks about how do you solve things based on the experiences that you're going to have. And we sat and met, and I learned about a technology that he built. And I'm not going to go into a long thing, but it's a thing called a database. And it's quite special. And I know the world's going to know about it very, very soon. But he created a technology that could scale beyond anything that we can ever conceptualize. And what I mean by that, he was at Full Tilt Poker, and he had to create a system from scratch, multi-billion-dollar company from scratch, to solve how do you put 100,000 poker players in a single instance, a single shard for you engineers out there. And as you know, it's a really, really hard problem. In fact, only 3 companies ever solved this problem. In fact, everyone else were in the hundreds, in the 200s, the 500s maybe, but getting to 100,000 was considered nearly impossible. And 3 companies were able to achieve that. But what made Dean special is after he was done at Full Tilt Poker, he looked back at his architecture and said, I can do way better. And he spent 3 years obsessively with going over and over the code and in thinking of ultra efficient ways to change things. And he was able to stumble upon a whole new way of building a database that can scale using 1,000 times less compute. Let me repeat that, 1,000 times less compute. So imagine if you needed 1,000 servers to run a poker company, having 100,000 people connected in real time. Imagine being able to do that on one fraction of one server. How crazy is that? Doesn't that democratize billion-dollar companies where you don't have to worry about buying thousands of servers and raising capital just for hardware or the expenses you have at AWS? You can literally have a fraction of a server and scale a real-time service. And remember that word service, because I'm going to get to that in a second. And so he was able to figure out this, and then we had a conversation in his house, and I remember it like it was yesterday, and we were talking about the metaverse. And they were talking about this $1 trillion opportunity. Does anyone remember that? When there was articles, $1 trillion opportunity, everyone's going to jump in. And one of the things that came out in an article was, well, wait a minute, we're at least 30 years away from having something like the metaverse. And the reason why was, how do you connect 1 billion people in real time, going in and out of different experiences seamlessly? And the answer was that the hardware was not fast enough. It wasn't good enough. And Murphy's Law said we had to wait until someone discovered how to build faster chips, faster computers. And Dean raised his hand and he said, Sean, it's not the hardware. It's actually inefficient software that doesn't allow him to do this. And so we chatted and we talked a long time. And he says, well, let's go try to sell the software to get people to start building services and different products. And so we started the company. And so when we started the company, we started thinking about, well, how are we going to demo and prove that we can do all these people? And so we created a demo. And people are like, well, this is pretty cool, but why would I want so many people in a single experience? And we're like, well, it's not about a single experience. It's about if I walk into a hotel or I walk into my house, I need to be able to connect to anyone, anywhere, anytime, and not worry. In fact, a lot of you, anyone play Fortnite? So remember in Fortnite when they said there was like 10 million people watching a concert? Well, it wasn't 10 million people watching a concert together. It was 100 people in an instance. And if you were in that instance, you couldn't talk to or go into another instance to connect with people. And so if I'm going to go from a classroom to a game to my work, that all has to be seamless. That's what the metaverse is. And so Dean recognized that we could solve this problem. So as we built this demo, we actually figured out that we were missing a lot of components. There were components that were needed for the future of AR glasses. And so I don't know if a lot of you know the power of what is going to happen very, very, very soon. There is a commercial race to build the first commercially viable AR glasses. And I'm going to quote, I don't have the exact quote here, but Tim Cook, and if you want it, you can come up to me later, but Tim Cook actually said publicly that every single person nearly on the planet will be interacting with augmented reality in the future. And in fact, they are investing not only a lot of money, but you have Samsung and Google and many other manufacturers, Pico, here, I got you. Everyone is getting involved because they know this is the one device that can and probably will replace mobile devices, like mobile phones. And let me explain that, because that sounds like, well, how can I replace a mobile phone? Well, I want you to remember that a lot of people, when the first mobile phones came out, they're like, no one's going to carry these around with them. They're like, what do we need mobile devices? We've got landlines. This is more than enough. And then look at us. We can't live without our mobile devices. But I don't know about you guys, but I didn't know exactly where the Frontier Tower was, and I pulled up my cell phone and I got directions out. And I had to stare at this 6-inch iPhone, and I'm looking down, I'm looking up, and I'm looking down, and I'm looking up, and I'm like, man, this is not natural. What would be great is if I can just look ahead of me and either AI or it draws a digital line, just makes it seamless for me to walk around San Francisco and easily find things. And that's really the future of AR glasses. It's going to, literally every business, and a lot of people come to us and say, what's the use case for the metaverse? And I'm like, what? That's like asking what the use case is for the World Wide Web. It's everything. Every hotel, every hospital, every airport, every university, everywhere is going to have their version of a spatial fabric, which again is the evolution of a website. And on that spatial fabric, you're going to connect with these services that you're going to interact with. And everyone's going to probably be like, what are these services? So let me give you an example. You're going to actually walk into a university. And let's say you're wearing AR glasses. It's instantly going to welcome you as soon as you go right near the university. And they're going to say, welcome. And they're going to know if you're a student or you're a guest, and they're going to ask you, would you like a tour, or do I need your help finding a building? And let's say I go to a classroom, and someone in VR can go to that same exact location and join you in the real world from the comfort of your anywhere in the world, and you will instantly see them in their AR glasses. And now imagine you have all these real-time pieces of software, services that people build anywhere in the world. So imagine that being a whiteboard, imagine that being dissecting a frog. All these services will be anchored on the spatial fabric so you can instantly see them, interact with them with 0 installs. That's special. Imagine joining somebody, literally someone makes a call and they show up right in front of you and they can walk around the real world and interact with each other. This is the future of the metaverse. It's not a game. I know they wanted to claim it as a big game, and there will be games in the metaverse just like there are games in the World Wide Web. But this is much, much bigger than any game. In fact, Meta didn't fail. They went all in on gaming, and gaming can only be as big as gaming consoles. Think of like PlayStation or Xbox. You can't go any bigger than what the current gaming market is. But guess what? If you build a tool for the world to start using to run their businesses at airports and hospitals, it's going to change everything. In fact, it'll make VR more important, because if you can use VR to join the real world, you will instantly be there. So we actually built not only the first prototype Metaverse browser, and we started defining what the future of websites are, which is again spatial fabrics. And the most important thing is we actually created an API that allows you to actually drop any service anywhere in the world. Now this is just a prototype, so I don't want you to get certain things. This is a prototype to show how all these technologies come together. But we had to make a really, really big decision, because we built this using WebXR, and there's a couple of limitations on WebXR. Now, a lot of the web standards will work just fine, and we want to work with all the web standard organizations. But there's 3 major things with the current web stack, because that's the first question we took then. Why not just use Chrome, or evolve Chrome, or use WebXR? And the 3 things are DOM and iframes do not allow for multiple services to coexist with each other. So if I'm walking around, going into Walmart or going to the airport, and there's multiple services I may want to connect to, right now the way people are thinking about it is I'm going to have to download and install apps for each and every single one of these experiences. Well, that's not a great experience. If every 3 feet I walk I have to install something, that's not going to get the masses to start using these technologies. I need to be able to just walk there and connect to services seamlessly. And the current web stack, pieces of the web stack, don't allow that to be possible. And the other thing is it's not proximity based. The browser needs to know that we're standing right now on the 16th floor of the Frontier building. It presents things or connecting people from all over the world so they can join us right here, right now. So we need the construct of a new metaverse browser, and those are the things that we're demonstrating. And so we knew that this couldn't be owned by any one company. We knew it couldn't be just RP1 to create this. And I have a very, very special announcement for all of you here and also remotely. This hasn't been made really public, and so I want to really share this before we send more formal announcements. We decided to, in fact, I've been working with Neil Chervet for a couple years now. And I remember the very first time I ever met with them, and I was green like all entrepreneurs are. And I'm like, we've solved it, we've solved it. And you know, you get the typical response of, yeah, that sounds absolutely amazing. But you never know what people say is actually what they do. And so over time, we've built a relationship. You got to learn about our technologies and learn about all the problems in the entire development organizations. And we're here today to actually announce the Open Metaverse Browser Initiative with the Metaverse Standards Forum and the Kronos Group. Now, this is a really, really big moment because this is not just about RP1 saying this is the way, not to quote a cool Star Wars thing, but it's for other people to recognize the hard work that we've done and know that this is important, not just for us, but for all the enterprises, all the individuals that want to build towards something together, just like they did with the World Wide Web. And so we decided to do this initiative together, which is quite large. And I actually would like to invite Neil up and to say a couple things. So everyone can round of applause to Neil. So I'm going to brag about him a little bit. Obviously, he's a well-respected VP over at NVIDIA, and has been working on standards for a good portion of his entire career. He's also the founder and president of the Kronos Group, which is the largest 3D asset, and he can probably say a lot better than I can, standard organization in the world. So everything from Google to Meta to Apple, everyone joined the Kronos Group to make sure the standards work across all devices, which is extremely powerful. And about 5 years ago, how many about 5? Is it only 3? Oh, 3 years ago, started the Metaverse Standards Forum. And it's well and thriving with over 4,000 members. So it's really, really special to have this moment. So I'm going to hand it over to Neil, and I just want to give a round of applause to all the work that Neil's done for the things that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Kabir. It's awesome working with you guys. And I do think this is a historic day. And it sounds like a big statement. So with your permission, I'm going to share just a couple moments from my personal history on trying to make standards for the 3D web. I kind of put things into perspective. So I'm going to age myself. My first brush with 3D web standards was when I was elected president of what was then the VRM Consortium, and then became the Web 3D Consortium back in 1997. So next year will be 30 years I've been doing this stuff. And it was an amazing experience. Who here, I'm going to date myself again, who here has heard of VRML?
96.
Yeah. Yes. So it's learning experience. And the most important learning experience for me was just the power and the joy of working with a community to try to move an industry forward. Then at Kronos, I had the honor to help the initiation and the fostering of standards like WebGL and GLTF that brought 3D to the web in its current incarnation. And then OpenXR and Vulkan, working with the W3C, who use those Kronos standards to build WebXR and now WebGPU. So a good example of standards organizations working together. And then, as Sean says, 3 years ago, we founded the Metaverse Standards Forum because we realized that to build the metaverse, it's going to take our constellation of standards from dozens, if not hundreds, of standards organizations, not just the graphics, not just the web, but the networking, the privacy, everything that we need to put together. It's going to be a huge team effort, and there was no one place in the industry where all of the different standards organizations could actually come and cooperate, peek over their silos and actually work together. And that's why we set up the forum, and now we have 2,600 member organizations as members. So, but my one big lesson from all of that was, I'm going to try and get this quote right, never doubt that a small, committed, and thoughtful group of individuals can change the world, and indeed, nothing else ever has. It takes a champion, it takes an individual or a company with the vision and the passion and the willingness to take action to actually move the industry forward. And today, I believe that someone is RP1, and Sean and Dean and the rest of the team. So thank you for initiating this whole initiative. And the Metaverse Standards Forum is honored to be a partner in this, to be a good, thoughtful host for the open source project that we want everyone here to be involved with. But because it goes deeper than that, there's a second level. Because the Metaverse Standards Forum is bringing together the standards organizations, not to compete with them, but to help them do their job more effectively with more support and input from the industry, we can use this open source project as a test bed for building the standards that we need. We're not just building an implementation, we're helping the industry and the standards organizations build the standards by finding out where the gaps are, trying out how we can build interoperability. And once the standards are shipping, do they really work? Now, there's so much that we can do, and this makes it tangible for the industry, not just hypothetical. So, I do think it is a historic day, and thank you all for being here and sharing your passion and your commitment. I look forward to the journey together to build the open metaverse. Thanks.
Thank you, Neil. Please, one more round of applause for Neil, because he does a tremendous amount for the industry. All right, so we're going to wrap this up. I got to move on to the technical stuff, because that's what we hack about, right? You love the history. We're going to get to the technical stuff. We're almost there, I promise. Real quick, we have a handful of judges that are going to be a part of tomorrow. And I'm going to list out the judges real quickly. Obviously, the RP1 team, Neil, Rayon, Sonia from AWE, Tony with Klein, Ole Skinder with Binance, Michalis with Vibe Coding Nights. Yep. And Julian Reyes with the Virtual World Museum, Rebecca Evans, and Anna Nezmerska. How did I do? Did I kill it? Was that close? No. Oh, say your last name. Hold on, say your last name.
It's Nevmerzhitska.
I'm not competing with that whatsoever, because that sounded amazing, and I'm not going to get close, but that's, I appreciate that. So for everyone remote, hello, everyone wave to everyone remote. Come on, we got literally hundreds of people around the world right now getting involved. So the judging process. It's going to be quite easy. You're going to register on our hackathon channel on Discord. So please make sure you log into Discord. If you don't know, just go to rp1.com or omb.wiki, scroll all the way to the bottom, and you'll have a link to our Discord as an invitation. And so you need to register on our hackathon channel. And so in the channel, you're going to put the members of your team. You're going to create a repository on GitHub and share the URL on Discord. And on 4 p.m. on Sunday, all things must be checked in. And we're going to do something really, really special for the remote hackers. I'm not sure if this has ever been done before. Oh, maybe it's the first. I like using the first for some reason, because it is the first open hackathon. We are literally going to meet with all of you through the entire week, Tuesday through Friday. And so you can actually go to, we'll share the URLs. It's rp1.com/meet, and you can actually request 15 minutes. And we will actually send a Zoom link, and we will meet with you to see and understand what you build, so you can get the very same attention that everyone here is going to get from us as we roam around and actually look at the things that you build. And I think that's really important, because if you're going to sign up to be remote, we want to show that we care as much as you do on what you're building. And we can not only tell you how great you did, but potentially even give you guidance, because this is not about everything stops tomorrow. This is just the beginning. And so our Discord will always be open, where we can share as much as we can about the standards, the new announcements, and all the things that people are building. But this is going to take a life of its own. You're not going to have to come to RP1 anymore. People are just going to build just like they build for the World Wide Web. And so we will announce the formal winner for the remote hackers on Friday. As far as prizes, I'm sure everyone wants to know prizes. I kind of got good news and kind of bad news. And I wouldn't say bad news. Bad news as in just like light bad news or something like that. We're not here giving away hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, you're not building again for RP1. We're helping you build the next WordPress. Someone here is going to build AI pets, which I believe will be $1 billion service. Who wouldn't pay $1 a month to have a cool pet walking around with them when they're wearing AR glasses? and you can pet and feed them, and that real-time service is sitting on your servers and everyone connects to it and has this real-time cool pet. These are one of the many things. People are going to build chessboards, and chessboards are going to appear right here, and we're going to instantly be able to play. So this is an opportunity to build so many amazing tools and things that you can build for the Open Metaverse, which will be highlighted very shortly with Dean. And so we are going to do prizes because I think it's super important, because with open standards, and I'm sure as Neil can understand and other people, we don't make a lot of money. So this decision is really, really hard for us to do. So it's not like we're have lots and lots of money and lots of revenue. But we still want to make sure that we reward and thank everyone. So there's a couple things. There is going to be 3 tracks, and each track will have a first place and a runner-up. First place will be $500. Runner-up will be $200 for all 3 tracks. And for everyone that's remote, there will also be a first prize and a runner-up as well. We're also we're working with AWE, and they've graciously said that they're going to give away a free pass to AWE in Long Beach in June. And so we're going to figure out how we're going to award that prize. We'll let you guys know by tomorrow. And so Sonia will be here, and we'll make that announcement as well. So I think that'd be really neat. So I want to quickly open it up to any Q&A about things that we've discussed here. Again, understand that we are going to be here for 2 straight days, so you're welcome to come up and ask questions. But if there's anything major that's just on the top of mind, we can open it up for just a couple of minutes for any questions.
I'm sure I can wait later. It's not super.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we're here all day long, so if you have anything. Anyone else has like it doesn't have to be super bored, but if you have a major question or something like that, anyone at this juncture, or is everyone seeing pretty cool? All right, so I want to bring up someone super, super important. So for everyone, there's always people that are outside telling the world what we've built and what we've done. There's always the one person that's behind the scenes doing the real hard work. And I would love to bring up Dean Abramson. And Dean, what's really special, and I mentioned about what he was able to accomplish, he really helped architect and think about the ways that how all companies and people could participate the same way they do with the World Wide Web. And so the standards that you're hitting are really coming from his brainchild. And so I want to give a big round of applause and bring Dean up for all his hard work and what he's done. And then Dean's going to walk you through, the 3 tracks. And and then we'll open up for some Q&A, and then we'll have some closing final remarks on how to get started. So everyone, again, one more time, Dean, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try and get through this quickly so that we don't just skip lunch and go directly to dinner. But this will kind of officially kick off the hack portion of the hackathon. Before I get into what I want to talk about, I need to make a correction and an addendum to what Sean just said. So let's start with correction. Sorry. When he was talking about the scalability of our software, it wasn't Murphy's Law, it was Moore's Law that he was referring to. You probably caught that one. And then the addendum is he did introduce our entire team, but he forgot someone very important. So I did want to say there's one more member of our team, very instrumental in getting here, which is Sean himself. Sean is the face of our company, he's the voice of our company, out of my brain, into his mouth, and he's the one who is, if it wasn't for him, no one would know about what we do. His ability to connect with people, Neil, everyone else that we've met goes through Sean. He's stood on a soapbox, kind of a very lonely way, shouting to the world, and the world's finally getting it right now, which is an testament to how it does. So thank you very much, Sean. So I'm going to run. So boy, this was quick. We had about 3 weeks fully to prepare for this. We went through, put as much as we, thank you, David, as much as we could into the wiki to give you the information you need. By the time we're done here, wrapped up with everything, you'll have about 25 hours of programming before we end the hack, which is not a lot of time. So I'm going to try to set you up for success, tell you what we're going to be judging on, tell you how to run through some of the things so you have an idea of what you want to do. Our entire team is going to be here for the 2 days. You can pick our brains. You can use us as mentors. There's other people like Neil walking around who will be able to advise you. I'm going to kind of just give you a lay of the land, and we'll run through each of these tracks. I'm going to point out some of the people who can help you and why you might want to focus on various aspects. At the end, I will set you up the slam dunk success case for how to impress the judges here and what we're looking for. I want to reiterate one thing that Sean kind of concluded with, which is this is all about open standards. You are not programming for RP1. You are not building in RP1. You're building for the open metaverse. Just like open World Wide Web, you don't need anyone's permission to build a website. In the future, near future, you are not going to need anyone's permission to build a spatial fabric and publish it in the open metaverse. And so what we're looking for is for people to build open stuff. This is stuff that will end up in contributing to open source projects that are already going on, which I'll point out, creating new open source projects that might be tools or other items that other people can use, or to build something for yourself, that you might start something here that you walk away with and say, you know what, I'm going to finish this up and turn this into a business, which is awesome. I also want to point out that a lot of the work that you do will trickle its way into some of the 4,000 members or so of the Metaverse Dance Forum. Is that correct? 2,600. I was off by only a factor of 2. So a lot of these companies are behind the Metaverse browser, but they may not fully appreciate what that means. And when they see what you guys are able to accomplish, it's going to open a lot of eyes, because I just had my eyes opened by another company who built something that super impressed me, and I'll point that out later. But these companies that are dabbling in the metaverse here, and they think that this is going to be really cool, it's going to sink in once they see what you guys have done. So I'm going to run through the tracks. We have 3 different tracks that we've set up that should appeal to each of you. One for the programmers, one for the creators, and one who really wants to get involved creatively with this AI craze we got going on right now, which is awesome. So everything we have is at omb.wiki/hackathon, or you can go to omb.wiki. You can look in the main menu, go to the very bottom, and there's a link for the hackathon. And we try to put as much as we can in here, documentation, cross-references, links, and everything. So I'm just going to start and as quickly as possible go through the track. So the tools track is mainly for the programmers here, the people who want to dive in, who are coders. We've got a number of tools that are already in existence. I'm saying a number, we've got a few, and we have some tools in mind that we'd love to see created. I know all these aren't going to be tackled, but again, these are ideas. Some of them may or may not appeal to you. The first one is a scene assembler. It's really a piece of software that lets you dig into a spatial fabric. I've said the word a few times, Sean said the word a few times. Think of a spatial fabric today as kind of equivalent to a website. Think of it as a 3D website. It's mainly a map right now. By this time next year, by the 2nd annual Open Metaverse Hackathon, spatial fabric will be well ingrained, full of services, but for today's purposes, it's primarily a 3D website of 3D objects.
What are services?
What are services? Those services are little programs that will be injected into the metaverse that run anywhere. The neat thing about services, and I'll talk about this, is that when you build a service, you're not necessarily building it for yourself. You could build a service for consumption for other people. So let's say I've got a coffee shop and I want to put a backgammon game on the table of my coffee table at my coffee shop. I don't want to build backgammon myself. I can go find someone who's built a backgammon service. So if you're a company that built a backgammon service, you could charge for that, you could give it away for free, and then my coffee shop, I just go subscribe to that service and drop it into the metaverse in my spatial fabric and put that on the coffee table. That's a simple use case. The big use case, and this is what I'm going to point out towards the end, is the business use case for services. When you go into, say, something like a hospital, that hospital, or even an airport, will run off of hundreds of services specialized for handling things that go on with that hospital. Drug interactions, scheduling, patient intake, surgeries, you name it. Within an airport, baggage handling, food services, ticketing, check-in, find my gate, you name it. So every industry is going to be filled, millions and millions and millions of services. Literally hundreds of industries, hundreds if not thousands of services per industry. Games, entertainment, you name it. So it's not just static objects like coffee tables and couches and buildings and chairs that will fill up spatial fabrics, but little pieces of software that will automatically be connected to based on your proximity. So as you walk down the street, there'll be services for moving traffic around, for telling you where the crosswalks are, how long until the next crosswalk sign changes, or what's the special at this restaurant that you just walked by. So services are going to be everywhere and will be coming into your glasses. Fun stuff, services to track airplanes around the sky, or planets that are moving across the sky. So things like when's the next lunar eclipse and where is it going to hit on a planet? So services are what the metaverse is all about. One could say that the metaverse is a collection of services, or a collection of spatial fabrics within services. So, good question. Thank you. All right, so in the tools track, we have the scene assembler, which is thank you to Junior. A couple months ago, Junior would not have been considered a programmer. He's the genius graphic designer of our company. He's built a lot of stuff, and he has taken it upon himself and our new employee we hired named Claude to build the scene assembler. And it's an amazing piece of software. David Cernicke helped him with that, but predominantly I think it's Junior's baby. There are some features that we just haven't gotten to. I'm not going to go through it, but there's a prospective features list of stuff we'd love to not have to build ourselves that are opportunities for us, the judges there. Manifolder is another piece of software. The reason I love Manifolder so much is because we didn't build it. It's like the one piece of software that RP1 hasn't built yet that works with our ecosystem. It's built by a company called Patch Reality. Wade be presenting here virtually, David? David? I think so. No, that's a negative on that one. So, but there's a lot of documentation online for Patch Reality. Patch Reality and Manifolder. Manifolder is it's a spatial fabric browser. You can start from the top of the universe, go all the way down through a couple of galaxies, down into Milky Way galaxy, into our solar system, all the way down and through Earth, all the way through all the continents and countries, all the way down to the buildings, and then even into the buildings you can go deeper down, all the way down to this chair. And they can browse the entire metaverse, which isn't all that big right now, but it will become absolutely massive in the future. They've also created an MCP that has taught Claude how to read and write spatial fabric. So you can now, through AI, you can ask Claude to do the work for you. They have an example where they said, hey Claude, go to NASA's website, gather as much information as you can, and build a solar system, build a Milky Way galaxy. And within a few moments, there it was, and I saw it. It was fantastic. There's other ways that you can do that, and I'll point that out as well. But there's a number of features that you can do. Both of these, by the way, Scene Assembler and Manifolder are open source projects that you can contribute to and surely be as ubiquitous as, say, Blender or those types of tools in the future, and we're just getting started. Then there is the map service, which is the piece of software that kind of sits in between the browser and the database, and our map service is what Manifolder and the Scene Assembler connect to. There's some features that you could work on to, those are documented on the wiki. I'm going to let you look at those, but the map service is a critical component. It's the thing that kind of manages your spatial fabrics. And then there's a few tools that we haven't built yet. I'm going to point out this USD-based map service right here is a really big deal. I don't expect in 25 hours anyone's going to be able to actually complete and build a USD-based map service, but
challenge accepted. Come on, that's exactly what you tell them to. Well,
I have a hunch that the USD-based map service will become the standard of, it's the equivalent of your basic web service, so Apache or IIS. When you're talking about map services, I think the underpinnings of it, it could be SQL Server or something like it, but I think USD will be a big thing because there's a huge ecosystem of hundreds of millions of hours combined of people working in the USD API and ecosystem, and that's really going to be a thing. So it's a chance to, I tell you, there's one person in this room, I'm not going to name any names, who will be super excited to see what you do in that space.
Give me 2 hours and a donut.
What?
Give me 2 hours and a donut.
I'll give you the donut. And then the webcam avatar is cool. We actually started this a long while ago, but if you want to hook up a webcam, there's an API by Google, which I didn't hyperlink on here, but Google's got an API that allows you to take the webcam input. It will actually spit out, track your eyes, track your fingers, track your hands, track your whole body movements and everything, and you can inject that directly into an avatar. And we have a module, avatar stub function that will allow you to actually give full control to people who are not in VR. So in VR, we've got headset movement and hand general positioning, but the webcam could actually give you eye movement, individual finger tracking, and a whole arm tracking. It's not just like estimating where your arms might be, it would actually position them exactly, which is awesome. We have a list of maybe a couple ideas from other tools. A manifolder, scene assembler are just the start of things. You might have an idea for a different type of tool. Again, you're building kind of for the open community, so think of things that might be useful for in the way of tools, especially format conversions. There's a lot of Blender data out there. There's a lot of Unity, Unreal stuff out there. Exporting from there into spatial fabrics, boy, those would be wonderful tools as well, okay? So, and certain people from our company specialize in different things, and so you can grab us. We're here the whole time to help you. So, all right, I'm going to move on from tools to places. Places is mainly designed for the creatives in here, the people who want to build something more graphical. You can get into and jump into spatial fabrics and build things at all different scales. And I'm not going to spend too much time in here, but I will point out single parcels. What is a parcel? Think of a parcel as exactly what you'd find in a county's assessor's map that actually identifies the owner of a plot of land. That's how we're defining a parcel. You can also think of it as one building or one home per parcel. I own the parcel sitting underneath my house. This Frontier Tower owns, or at least the mortgage holders own the parcel sitting underneath this building. So one parcel equals one building. If you create a parcel, you can attach it to RP1. You're not putting it in RP1, but you're attaching it to RP1 within about 3 to 5 minutes or less. You can either do that on Earth or in an imaginary planet that we have outside of our solar system. We will go through later on, show you how to do that, but in a few minutes you'll be able to attach your parcel into our into RP1. Anything above a parcel, if you want to get into RP1, I can help you do that, but I need to do some manual labor on that one, which I will do with you over the course of the next 25 hours, which would include larger things like corporate school campuses. So think of a university or something like the Apple campus, the IBM campus, or Qualcomm campus, or Disneyland or something like that. So if you want to build something larger, you can get involved there. You can try to figure out how to start terraforming an entire planet. And you can even build in outer space. RP1 is some nice, really great. If you haven't been in RP1 and been in outer space, especially in VR, check that out. And then if you want to get really creative here, you could do something dealing with VPS. So part of it is not just mapping out the world, but knowing where we are in the world. And I will actually point out, navigating in AWE, we actually have the AWE booth layout in Long Beach, exactly where it would be, where we're going to be in June, and we've got a project going on where we're going to try to make it possible to help navigation through AWE using predominantly your phones, since we don't expect too many people to show up with AR glasses. So there's an opportunity there to do some kind of spatial fabric places, things with an actual real location that we'll be mapping. The last thing I'm going to talk about is the AI track. And so this is people who want to get into using AI. Now, I believe pretty much everyone here is going to be using either Klein or some other AI tool. So let's just assume that everyone's going to use AI to help get through these next 25 hours of the hackathon. The AI track isn't about how well you can use AI to build something. It's more about how you can apply AI to getting something done or creating something that other people can use within the open ecosystem. So again, it's not about you using AI, because we assume everyone's going to use AI even for the other two tracks, but how well do you expose AI to the world? A great example, and we'll jump all the way down to near the bottom of it, we have these agents in here. And if you're working on agents, Yinch, who is working remotely from the UK, is your guy. He built an avatar stub. And what that allows you to do is allows you to quickly connect as an avatar into RP1. And it will give you the ingest of the data that is coming from RP1. It's the data coming from RP1 to you, so the upload, where you can hear and see everyone that's moving and allow you to connect and send the information about your avatar back to RP1 so that everyone can see and hear you. And that means you just have to fill in the blanks. So if you fill in the blanks with an AI agent or bot that can think or talk or interact, we've done all the mechanical stuff. You just have to show off the AI. And it's going to be the interaction between the people in RP1 and the AI agent is really going to be super impressive. If you want to do that with pets, Sean mentioned this, and we keep pushing this. The first company that puts out AI pets is going to be $1 billion company. We don't have the ability to do pet skeletons in RP1 yet. But if you make us a good, compelling demonstration, we will commit to actually getting pet skeletons in there as quickly as possible. Another way that could show up is in real-time translation. So I speak in English, and I don't know how to speak a different language, so maybe it'll translate to the person on the other end in Spanish or some other language, and again, that's just all part of an AI aspect. There's a couple other ideas in there about generation. So again, it's not about you generating structures or generating a special fabric, it's helping other people create the fabrics and structures that they want to create. So it's about giving commands, just like and a great example of this would be inside of Manifolder, Patch Reality's Manifolder. They have the ability, you can go in there and say, hey, I want you to add a chair to my building, or add clouds into the sky above the park, and Claude will go out and do it. So creating something that allows other people to do that. Like, hey, build me a planet and create a number of continents and a number of countries and states within that, and build me a spatial fabric there so that I can actually give the commands to your end project. So the documentation is on the wiki. There's more documentation about the tools and software, the APIs, links to the programs that you can use that are available on the web. I think the documentation is mostly correct. Here's what I'm going to suggest, is take your preferred AI agent, point it at our documentation, and I think that Ray's going to show you how to do something like this in his early on talk. Point it to our software, point it to the documentation, and have your agent explain to you anything that you might need to know. That would be a first way to kind of get going on your own. And then you can also find us and talk to us about it. But that's just a second confirming voice that will tell you, kind of like hone in on the piece of information that you need to know to get your project off the ground. If you're building a spatial fabric or something that's going to attach to RP1, Jim is going to kick off in a moment a very brief talk, because that's all it takes, is a brief moment, to create a virtual server that you can use for the duration of this hackathon and a little bit after. It is super easy. It will give you a virtual computer online, publicly accessible, SSL cert built in. Not yet, Jim, so you don't have to get up quite yet. And if you're interested and want to get started like that right away, just have him, he'll walk you through it. If you missed that or want to do something else and catch him later, you can ask him to do it. Plus, there's information on the wiki how to do it on your own. And your AI agent can read that and walk you through that as well. Last thing I'm going to do is teach you how to give you an idea of how to be successful for what the judges are going to be looking for. And we're not going to ask you to do this now, but this is a mandatory step that you're all going to have to do. And I just discovered it when I got here. So at some point, I'm going to ask you on your own or with the group to go over to the northwest facing window or the northeast facing window and stare out of it for a while. And look at the landscape, especially here in San Francisco, and look at all the buildings. You can even go to the south-facing windows here, and look at all the buildings. And there are a lot of them. And if you're remote at home, open up Google Maps and put it in 3D mode and hover above it and look at all the buildings around you. It really sunk into me as I was trying to tell people, you have to do this. Every single building that you see here, and there are hundreds of them, every building is going to have to spatialize in the next couple of years. And what do I mean by that? If Tim Cook is correct, that no one's going to be buying 8 phones 8 years from now. Instead, instead of their iPhones, instead of Androids in our pocket, we're going to have glasses. What are they going to connect to? If I've got Meta glasses, or Apple glasses, or Samsung, or Pico's glasses, or any other manufacturer, what will they connect to? Do you think they're going to log into Roblox? Are they going to use proprietary software on all these glasses? Or are they going to connect to the open metaverse? So every building here, I'm sure, has a website associated with it. Every company who's leasing office space in every building here has their own website. All of these 2D websites are going to turn into 3D spatial fabric, so that when you walk into the building, when you walk down the street, when you walk into a law office or a hospital, there will be spatial components, spatial services for you to connect to. And that doesn't happen unless we have an open metaverse. So every building that you see, and this is just a tiny little city in a big world. It's a big city, you think, but if you look at where San Francisco fits on a map of Earth, go to Google Earth and look how small San Francisco is, Just know that one of thousands of cities, and all the spaces in between are going to be spatializing within the next 2 to 3 years. And this is your business opportunity right here to get in on the ground floor. You are going to be creating software today that will benefit all of these people and all of these businesses, the open world. It's not about RP1, it's about you're going to be judged on how well your software is going to affect and impact all of these buildings and people around us, which is why I want you to look at, seriously, it is overwhelming, just the number of buildings in our small vicinity, and we're at the top floor of a big one, so it's a great overview of it. And that's what we're going to be asking our judges to judge your software on. It's not, oh, is this cool or anything, it's how useful is this going to be for the open metaverse and for helping all these people, all these companies and all these buildings in the world achieve their goals in an open metaverse. Okay, so that is mandatory. You must go stare out the window for at least a minute. That is my suggestion for your best chance of impressing the judges. It is really mind-blowing what amount of software development the world is going to go through in the next 3 years. You all look like the age range that would remember the switch from the 2D web to mobile. You know, well, still 2D on mobile, but to switch from desktop to mobile, which was what, 10 years ago or so. This is going to be way bigger, going from 2D web to spatial web. Every one of these companies is going to need software services, and your company might be the company that provides the tools and the components and services that they need. So every hospital is not going to build their own software. They're just going to use hospital services provided by another company that builds services for everyone. I will tell you, we've talked to public utility companies, Southern California Edison we've talked to. They said every single utility company on the planet is going to need this. Every amusement park, every hospital. And so tomorrow I'm going to give a little bit more of a talk about, don't want to get involved in the program, which we need to start soon, but I will give more of a talk about the business case and the enterprise level case of what the metaverse is going to be and the business opportunity as students and as business owners and entrepreneurs that you all are, of what it is that you're really stepping into and what the opportunity is here. It is a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity that almost no one has started working on yet. So if you're the first, you could become one of the biggest. So it's really, really, really cool. Sean is itching to stand up and take the microphone out of my hand. So I'm going to let him do that right now. And any questions?
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Dean. All right, I know you guys want to get hacking. Just a couple quick things, and we're pretty much done. I promise you, less than 3 minutes. First of all, I want to thank all of you again. This has been a really special day and a lot to share with you. So I'm assuming some of you have latched onto certain things. Some of you may still be like, I have no idea what they were talking about. The good thing is our entire team is here all day today and all day tomorrow. So if you build a team and you're like, we want to brainstorm and we want to talk a little bit more about certain things, this is your moment. Come up to us. We're here for you. And so I don't want you to be shy. You can come up to each and every one of us and we'll be happy to help you. Again, anyone that wants to set up a server, you don't have to. Because I know a lot of you probably already know how to do that. You're like, get out of my way, I have my own server in my back pocket. And you'll whip it out and you'll start doing what you do. But if you do need help, Jim is there to assist and give you access. And like I said, please seek us out. I want to bring up Ray. Ray, you want to come over? Okay, so Ray is going to walk you through, obviously remote. I gave you kind of the instructions on how to sign up. Rebecca, thank you very much for posting on Discord. I want to give an opportunity for Ray to explain what you guys are going to do right now. And then I want you to hang tight for one more second. I'm just going to make sure if there's any questions from Discord that we can answer right away. And if you guys have any questions at your moment, otherwise, just seek us out and we should be good to go.
All right, guys, so I'm going to tell you guys what's going to happen next. As you guys know, the scope of this is just crazy. So we're going to kick off our hackathon. Number one, you have to form a team. Spend the next 20, 30 minutes with basically trying to find a team and a group. And then you have to register. You have to come up with a team name and register. So if you go to immersivecommons.com, which you can barely read, but I know you guys know how to spell it. So immersivecommons.com, there is a form on the right side under events. Yep, let's drag right there. It says, let's drag the, there we go. There's a hackathon team registration. You're gonna click on that, and you're gonna fill the form. You're gonna basically register your team, and we're gonna get information about your group. So then what? You're gonna have to find a place where you wanna hack. We have multiple floors in the tower where you can hack. So I want you guys to remember this, but can I see volunteers raise their hands? Volunteers raise their hands high up, high up. These guys, these are the guys that know where to go, the volunteers. So we'll be hacking on floor 16. This whole floor is available. We have floor 15, just a floor down. You can go and into the room, it's open. You can find any table and pick a table and your team can hack there. We have a special dedicated floor 9 on the right side. We have 4 tables, so 4 teams can be there. It's nice and cleaned up for you guys. And then we have floor 7, which is Tony will be there, and will also be there. And so floor 7 can accommodate 3 more teams. And there's plenty of space in the tower. Find out nook and cranny. You can absolutely go and get seated. We're gonna reach out to you via text and email if we have to find you. So make sure you guys register. That's how you do it. You register your team name. So if it's 5 people in a team, all 5 of you have to go and fill the form and use the same team name so we know who's part of the team. Okay, so that's that. And right after this, we're gonna go into some technical workshops. We're gonna teach you how to basically AI for dummies, vibe coding for dummies. So you can set up from knowing nothing. If you've never written code, it does not matter. We're gonna help you become a builder in 5 minutes. Mikalis and Tony are gonna lead 2 workshops. And actually they've literally created a hackathon winning demo in the past since we started this whole conversation. Mikalis is already done with the demo. And Tony built a literal MCP server for RP1 that he's gonna publish on Client as an extension. So both of these guys are gonna give workshops on how you can set up your own server locally or literally do any of the tracks here. Highly recommended. This might be the difference between you guys winning or not. So yeah, this is what's gonna happen. So we're gonna take the next 15 minutes to form a team, and Mikhail's gonna get set up, and Tony's gonna get set up, and then we're gonna, literally, if you guys don't know what the hell's going on, it's so easy, it's so easy. I've already built like 5 Blender plugins in like 1.5 hours using some of the techniques we're gonna show you guys. So we want, the bar is really high, actually. The bar is really high. Once you guys take this workshop, we expect like really stellar projects in the next 25 hours. So let's form teams. Spend the next 15 minutes to...
If anybody doesn't have a t-shirt or is registered, can you use...
Yes, if you guys still don't have a t-shirt, remember, you won't be allowed in this building without a t-shirt. That's how we know you're part of the hackathon. If you guys want to navigate the floors and you can't use the elevator, just go right to the first floor and ask the lobby person to buzz you to the floor, or just take the stairs. Yeah.
And I want everyone just to thank Tony from Klein. He's actually providing lunch for us. And so lunch will probably be here, 2 o'clock-ish or something.
It's already on the table.
It is already here. So that means you still have breakfast. And if you want, you can work your way over to lunch. And so there'll be food there. So, hey, go hack, guys. Let's go have fun and kick some butt. And we're looking forward to meeting each and every one of you throughout the day, okay? Take care.
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
All right, 15 minutes, we're gonna start our first workshop. You guys have to register a team. Remember, you don't have to be a developer to win this hackathon, because we're gonna teach you guys how to build anything and literally everything. So form a team with the greatest vibes you can find, right? Vibe teams. We're building teams based on vibes alone. Do not worry about being technical or not.
Oh man, that's another project altogether.
And so there's a link to your
That's what I put in my mind. So,
Guys, that's why you can absolutely solo this hackathon. Yeah, you can absolutely solo this hackathon. We just released an army of agents. You know, your new best friends, Claude and Gang. Claude and Claude.
1 second.
Yeah, if you guys want to solo it, you are the team.
he's gonna have to think about it.
And remember to register immersivecommons.com. There is a form there on the bottom right. Just go ahead and fill it.
Yeah.
Registry, on-chain, and use economic. I want to use layers. Anyway, I've got versions of it. I've been trying to go live on Gapter on-chain currently to bring up this here. I think he asked me about that. This is today with Web3. This new thing that you're bringing in, spatial cloud, would be a whole other subset. Because browser's right now is
All right, guys, we're at 6 minutes. 6 minutes. If you have found a team, you gotta register. You gotta register on immersivecommons.com. Just find the form and fill it. Find the form and fill it. FYI, do not Google immersivecommons.com. Just enter the URL, guys. This is a website in beta.
forgot to make the form web responsive.
Just now, the presenter before you, what website was he on?
RP1.com/hack.
Okay. Oh, you have an Alienware too.
Yeah, my actual laptop kind of broke. So on my backup laptop,
That's Alienware's a backup laptop.
there is also Alienware. This is 2014, I have a 2024. This is a 10 years
okay.
But they all work. They all work. So,
What GPU is your new one?
2024, it has a 4080 Ti. It's pretty neat.
I bought the latest one a few months ago.
Yeah.
The Area 51.
Yeah.
It's the first one that can like fine tune the models. Like have enough
My form was on mobile.
the form is on the Metaverse.
I see. This website isn't beta. It's a new way of non-page entry, no-page website. No-page website. No-page entry.
Are you kind of showing him how that process works? She saw you on the live stream and was interested in what the website was.
Oh, this one? Oh, is this on the live stream right now?
Or she was watching you guys on stream.
Yeah.
Not this one actually, the one that like
RP1.com/hack and Immersive Commons is my website.
Immersive Commons. This is where the site is.
Yeah, immersivecommons.com. On the bottom right, you just go and fill the form and register your team, which you should do right now. Because
All right, guys, last 2 minutes. I want you guys to go to immersivecommons.com. Go to the bottom right. It'll say hackathon registration. And register. If there's 4 team members, all 4 of you have to register under the same name.
Let's find out. Let's find out. I want to listen. I don't know enough. Our team kind of took a when you told me the first time, I looked at it and said, this is way too much. And I tried to solve this for real. But that doesn't mean you guys can participate. So it's not like an exclusion. It's more about, hey, this is what you're good about. They don't know about this.
Great job talking about that. Yeah, great on stage. There was like a robotics thing, right? And there was like a robot, and the boxing robots and stuff. One of the demos was we pulled an LLM and said it was like an object detector. It was like show me all white parts in the scene, and then it would lock into all white parts. And you could say like show me all the stop signs, and it would lock into all the stop signs. And you say show me all like inanimate objects, and you go to the Yeah. Do you know that? Yeah, I'm like, man, if I could find that where that was, put that in VR, walk around, and then like, hey, I'm in my warehouse, show me the box I need.
You could probably do it.
Yeah. Sorry? She's working on an
Alright guys, we're starting with our first workshop, how to set up RP1 locally on your computer. If you guys want to learn and win this, get seated.
I put this.
Alright guys, we're starting in 60 seconds. Get seated guys, we're starting in 60 seconds.
Join the screen. Are you sharing? Just in case. Oh, that's yours. It's okay. Okay, awesome. Hell yeah. We're good.
Alright guys, now presenting Michalis, the champion of Claude. Let's go, Michalis.
Hi. I am Michalis. I'm the founder of the bike. Sorry about my voice, by the way. It's kind of dying, but I can still kind of speak. I'm the founder of White Coding Nights. We white code many times per week. You should join our Telegram. I think this is the QR code for the Telegram. So I'm gonna show you how you can win a hackathon without really know what you're doing. So what I'm gonna show you actually worked once, exactly how I did it. So yeah, well the whole idea is I haven't been writing code or reading code for almost a year now. So I think it's very efficient already. The agents are becoming very good. What I like using is Cloud Code, but anti-gravity also works, and it's free. But also Klein, we got credits here from Tony, so you can use Klein as well. Well, I use Cloud Code. So it's very simple. All we have to do is get the important links and give it to the agent and then tell it to win the hackathon. I'm not joking, this actually worked for me once. So the important links are, if you go to rp1.com, we go to the developers, and then the developers send the you have to sign up an account from here, and make an account, and then you can just go here. Actually, we'll visit like you. rp1.com, and also another important thing is rp.com. I have it open here. Okay, another important thing is rp.wiki. So what I will do is I will literally copy paste this and go to code, and then I'm gonna make a new directory. Can you see? You can't see. That's pretty bad. Okay. That's okay. So I'm gonna make a directory for the demo. Don't worry about this, by the way, you can tell the agent to make the directory for you. Okay, and I'm gonna open code, and I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna get the link of the event, and I'm gonna paste it in, and I'm gonna give it the link of the resources here, this one, the omp.wiki, and then I'm just gonna tell it to win the hackathon for me. So I think the link is. Okay, I got the link. Okay. Ryan told me to talk about the philosophy of how we're doing this. Okay. Yeah, the whole idea is that coding is kind of done, in my opinion. We don't really need people to code directly. In the beginning, people thought that LLMs won't get there, but they got there really fast. At this point, we already have very good LLMs. We also have very good agents. Does anyone know what's the difference between an LLM and an agent? Who? Lydia will tell us. Okay, I'm joking. Okay, so an agent is basically a very good wrapper of an LLM. The LLM is the brain, where it just generates the tokens, and an agent is what gives the LLM eyes and hands, and basically it can use your computer. So we have many different agents, as I said. We have Cloud Code, we have Climb, Anti-Gravity from Google, we have Codex. All of them work. Anti-Gravity is free for a bit.
Client credits?
We have client credits. You should get client credits from Tony. Yeah. Do you think that explains the philosophy?
What's 0 to 100 in 2 minutes?
0 to 100 in 2 minutes?
What does it look like?
Install anti-gravity.
Like context. Tool calls.
Okay. Okay, I'll get in some details, I guess. So what the agents can do is they have tools, and the tools are, as I said before, the hands and the eyes of the agent. So the agent can use your browser, the agent can control your browser, or it can even control your computer. It has access to your files. That makes it very automatic, because at this point all you need is an idea and to give it the correct context. The context management is pretty important. Basically, the idea is if you give it useless and a lot of context that doesn't really matter, the results will be worse. It will probably still work because the agents are very good at this point and the context windows are very big. However, you want to optimize it so that the code you generate can be scalable and it won't just work once and then it's done. So yeah, the whole idea is you give it correct context and a good prompt, and then you just hope it works. Most of the time it works. So I have pasted the hackathon link. Well, that's all you need. Now we're going to give you the resources. And the resources are this link, and well, we can just give RP1.com. So you can just do that, but also you can spend some time brainstorming some ideas. So I'm going to do that. How? Yeah, so what I think would be really cool for this hackathon is to make, so the first thing I would do, I would do the simplest thing, so just make a simple bot, for example, and make sure that you can see it inside the RP1.com. And then I would start making simple functions, like make it wave, or like make the character do stuff for you. And then I would start making agents. So, yeah, I actually kind of did something, so I can show you while this is generating. Okay, if it cannot read the docs, this happens sometimes, you can literally go to the website and copy paste what you want. So for example, I could copy paste all the getting started page and give it back to it. Let's see what ideas it's suggesting. In the meantime, while it's generating, I'm going to show you what I did already. Okay, so I'm gonna enter RP1.com. How would you like to enter? I thought I was logged in. Okay, I'm not logged in, I guess. And here we are. I really like this animation, it's pretty cool. Let me close these. Okay, so this is the world. You have many places to see here. You can take a look. I think it's pretty cool. Keep in mind that the environment you see, you can create your own maps, and that's like the coolest part, right? So here, this is the plaza. You can move well with WASD and the mouse. So these people around us are real humans, but actually I'm not sure, because you can also make bots. So that's what we're gonna make. We're gonna make a simple bot. Okay, here are the ideas. AI-powered world builder via voice or chat, that would be cool. Okay. So let's start with the simple stuff. Let's just make a bot and make it work. I can literally tell it. So it will take some time to generate. So I'm going to show you what it will do eventually. This is exactly the prompts I gave it in the beginning. So this is a CLI, command line interface. It might seem scary, but you can do exactly the same thing through anti-gravity, which does have a user interface, which is graphical user interface, which is less scary, I guess. But I really suggest you to not be scared of command line interfaces. It's just a chat with. It's like no graphics, but that's not a problem. So this is what it generated. Let's see if it actually works. Also, one thing to keep in mind, you need to have one account per bot. So I'm not sure if you can log in as a guest. You can probably log in as a guest. But I have my personal account here, and now I'm gonna launch an instance from another account, and I'm gonna make the character login. One more thing to mention. So I realized you have to log out every time. So otherwise you're gonna get this message that your persona is still connected. So yeah, tell your agent to make a logout button to save some time. That works. So for now I'm gonna wait. Still waiting. Let me show you how I debug this right now. So you will obviously have problems, right? So again, never open the code. You don't need to open the code when you have problems. Just explain exactly what you see and we'll fix it. So I'm just gonna open the cloud code again. And just clear my environment a little bit. I'll figure this out in a second. When you create an account, for me it's sending me the verification, the confirmation code on the spam, so keep that in mind. This is to be able to log in to the map through a bot that you're creating. So I do have a problem with a lot of the link, it's not really nice. I see. Jan, we have a few problems. Can you talk for me?
Yeah, what's the problem? I'm fixing it.
Where's your laptop? Sir, where's your laptop? Pass. Who knows the best prompt you can give an LLM? Let's find out. What's the best prompt? One from the ad. What's the best prompt? What? Just do it.
Yes.
It's like Jeopardy, right? Top 5. Yes, just do it. That's one. Irina, what's the best prompt you can give to an LLM? Prompt. Just fix it. Make no mistake. Number 1. Remember, always tell your LLM. No, make no mistakes. That's true. All right. What? It's like continue or next. Yes. Yes. What is the effective context window in 2026? What is the effective context window? How many tokens? That's usually the max, but not the effective context window. What is the effective context window in 2026? Jenny. Lydia. Just give me any number. What? 64,000. Okay, we're gonna play a game. Higher or lower? All right. 64,000. Higher. Higher. Lower. Higher. 200,000. 200,000 is the effective context window. If your context exceeds that, you need to auto compact, like ask it to summarize, create new markdown files, or you've just really gone out of scope. You should be able to create a feature under 200,000 tokens. If your feature is taking more than 200,000, you're absolutely doing something wrong. You're giving it way too much to do, right? So if you give 10 tasks, it should be under 200,000. That is the effective context window. Okay, who knows why we should not give big scoped projects to the LLM? Junior. It doesn't always get it right. That's correct. When it doesn't get it right, that's also part of the context window. The context window will contain the overconfidence it had in the past and continue running with it. Right? Remember when you switch companies, you feel like you have a fresh start and then you're a little smarter? That's what clearing context looks like. It's like switching companies. You forget about the mistakes and you get to start again. But this time you might have code that's working versus before in the code there was no code base. So clearing context, effective context window is 200,000. You need to start a new session for every feature. It's like switching companies again and again and again. It's like breaking up and being in a new relationship, right? You learn from your past. You don't want to be serially dating people, right? It never ends well. You need a break in the middle. You need to go to therapy. You need like a good therapist. Because did you ask it make no mistakes? He forgot.
We're sharing it here, but it's not showing.
That's why we're here, guys.
Their screen share is not working for the YouTube live stream. We're logging in.
Our online people are complaining.
Folks online, we are back with the screen share.
So you have to create what did he create all those accounts? So you confirmed all the accounts. Why would you just roll back? Ask it to roll back. Just tell it to roll back to the topic and it will run out of gas. That's not a guess. That matters.
All right, who has been following with us so far during this process? With their coding project, okay. Has anyone been able to get to the scene assembler? You have? Jenny? You have the scene assembler on your laptop? The 3D thing where you get to put objects. You have that working, right? You restarted it, that's fine.
I have it on. You see me to go. I have mine on the internet. You want to pull it? It should be live.
All right, guys, we're going to invite Jackson to kind of show how he was able to, basically during a vibe coding night, right? You were able to set up a full server using the same method.
Hey,
so we're going to have him connect and show you guys.
So how do you go on the session?
I'm going to give you a Google Meet link and just share a screen.
Yeah, so you want me to set up a server?
If you want to show, yeah.
Is that what they want to see?
Where's Tony, by the way? Let's think of that.
Is there a plugin? Well, I guess it works now.
Oh, okay.
I was going to let me just tie it down.
It always works when someone else.
Our thing extends a lot.
It's online.
All right, for folks online, we have another demo that's coming up. Lydia, by the way, Luma has, sorry, let me say, the Claude now has remote. You can actually use your phone directly to run Claude. Yeah, Claude / remote. It has the, just released last week.
So I can yell at the phone and it'll, like you were doing the other night. You can stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Just yelling.
No, stop, do this.
Claude has an emotion translator too.
How do you get here?
There was a link in the Discord chat. I guess what I'm trying to figure out, like, how do I use RP1's dev software? Was this like for it?
Is this sign up with the team or do you sign up with
Yeah, for the team. Because I signed up already for I just don't.
You have to sign up with your teams. How you sign up already?
Yeah, already signed up with the team.
Okay,
I'm just trying to figure out how do I sign up?
Just go to RP1.com/. No, that's the no one. And then go to full.
Okay.
It's done. It's cooked. No, it's fine.
I did tell them to add bot so that they can separate humans from bots.
Dude, just create a new account.
And your IP now.
Oh, I see. This is
Asked to join.
And then just share your entire screen.
I also want to add something more.
You can turn off the video. Yeah, allow it. Share your entire screen and then turn off the webcam.
It's like, I feel like it's hard to get
Okay, I fixed it. I found it. Okay.
Okay, yeah, you can show.
Set up
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, what's up, gangsters? You guys want to set up a scene assembler? Yeah? Let's do it. So, you first get like the Open Metaverse browser, so you go to OME.wiki, get that pulled up. You want to get RP1.com pulled up. And then I have a VPS that I set it on, so I'm not doing it on my own computer. So it might be useful if you have maybe a domain that you can plug it into as well. So if you just have like a domain laying around.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there it goes. Run attack. Cool.
Hit that back up?
Yep. He's just further behind. Street's further behind.
VPS that you guys already have, or do you want to try on the hackathon VPS?
He says it's fine. It's fine. He said you got banned. He said you got banned. No, I didn't. He said you got banned for 50 years. I knew it. He said you were very greasy. Don't greasy people are. No, we don't. We just didn't have to put any account limitations or sign-ins. Now we do have a thing where if you try to type a password in that before 10, you will start Are you logging out?
Yeah, so I don't know, I guess one side of
sign up. Yeah, sign in.
So I have the 6 seconds
Okay. Yeah. So, I only pre-provisioned 50 teams. So like you can take, let's say, team 2.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to
Double zero.
I'll look at the logs.
Double zero.
Take a look at the logs.
And then leave your public key there. That's what the instructions are, the hackathon, that's what that actually does. If you open up that link above it, there's the just a simple way to generate a pair. You're almost there. It's pretty quick. So yeah, describe that key, grab zoom around Windows, yeah, obviously this is okay. And so that PowerShell. Go back to the page, the back man side of the right below it, yeah, right there. You know how we got it? So when you have a key pair. They go back around the next one, which is basically cast out. Yeah, go to the kitchen. Oh, it's yeah. There we go. Okay, up arrow again twice, so it cuts out the
Yeah. Do you think there is a chance to use my microphone? Like you can instruct me from here, like why would you build
you need that camera right there.
To your thing.
Go back and grab that command.
Yeah?
So the other thing would be nice. Actually, so there is a chat here, right? Can you not type?
You can speak.
Do you think?
Or what's this? Oh. What about that? Just right there.
I can talk to this
Sorry. Spectacular. Yeah, more or less. That's more or less it. After it's going to show you exactly what you can do and you can configure the SSL cert, basically the public domain. Yeah. So real quick, just copy that guy, throw that in your command. So I guess okay, say yes. And now go back to the window. Yeah, that's the command to run the copy that as and go to the site. Go back and open this up regularly. Oh, it is. Well, we did that. And you have a publicly available. Oh, so exactly. Oh, yeah. It's already all there. So, yeah.
Alright guys, I want to share something with you. This is a game changer. I'm going to show you guys an open source library with avatars, 4,000 avatars. You guys can literally download and integrate in RP1. This project was recently released. It is one of the most extensive open source projects for avatars. Just search for VRM open source avatars. And this library is, by the way, contributed by a really talented artist. Now there's a website, and I can kind of show you the website, but the true meat of this library is actually in its GitHub. So let me just show you first here what that looks like. It's called GLTD format, RP1 ready. You can literally put it in scene assembler. Really cute. I mean, these avatars are awesome. They're awesome. And you can be an alien, which is perfect. And these, again, the format in which you can get this is the scene assembler. It is a VR format. And so the real thing that I think you guys should be going into is going into open source avatars GitHub. And if you point your Claude agent towards it, look what happens. They have for developers, but they also have for agents. The agents can directly access the JSON files right here and import it. It comes with everything, yeah. So even if at the moment RP1 might not have full integration with stuff, but you can get the avatars, and it is friendly for the scene assembler. So this is the GitHub project. What I would do is I would just go to Claude, and I would say, hey, get this GitHub library, and if you can create like you can literally build a tool inside scene assembler, just append it, or you can make a JSON script that Java. You can create a JavaScript that injects into the online website, and maybe you could create an integration where you can just pick your avatar and it updates the scene assembler and pushes it online, and then you just get easily like changeable avatars. You can also, and if you guys use Client's MCP or Blender MCP, you can edit these avatars and maybe do a mishmash. Like there's a lot you could do. It's a really cool project, open source avatars, and you guys can use this right here. Aside from this, I think Docs has released not only just avatars, but there should be objects too that you can integrate into your world. So this is open source 3D assets. They're not as extensive as like the avatars. There's probably 1,000 assets here, but it's great. FYI, my laptop, its SSD gave out a couple of days ago, but I built an integration from Blender to Scene Assembler, in which it automatically builds worlds with these assets and imports into, you guessed it, Scene Assembler, and you can publish it. So very high quality world building can be done through this. So you can add trees, and you can add these little objects on the side, and there's like so much stuff. Like if you go in here, there's stuff.
Just quickly, so if people are interested in kind of the standardization dynamics here, VRM, totally +1, +100 to use what you just pointed out to. It's based on the GLTF format. So what the VRM consortium is in Japan, they started in blogging. So there's a lot about anime type stuff, but it's quite more general purpose than that. There's a liaison between Kronos and VRM to actually take it to the next level and have cross-platform avatars that are much broader. Like, yeah, Meta and other folks. Meta is chairing that working group. So any work and investment you put into the VRM format today is likely to carry forward into the future. That's what I wanted to say.
That's great. That's great. So yeah, once again, if you go to the GitHub, this is for developers. It comes with the GLTV files and VRM files. How do I know? I actually downloaded all of it. All 6,000 files, I have it on my PC. So you guys can actually use it. It's super flexible. And I hope you guys use this to build some beautiful worlds along with your applications. Absolutely free. Claude will absolutely understand what the mission is if you point it towards the GitHub. Open source 3D assets, open source avatars. Go crazy with this. All right. David?
Yeah. Let's connect?
Yeah. Let's get our friend. You can connect your laptop.
But I guess like for self,
Connect that and share the screen. And we can route party.
We use Toasty here. It does
Yeah,
it.
I think we can route.
Yeah. And this is like you get a Bluetooth server and you download the GitHub link and run a couple commands that are on the Wix server. That's the purpose of it is you host your own thing, right? So the way it works is you download software, you build your scene, okay? Your scene is running on your system, okay? And then you go into the dev center on our system and you say, okay, this is my world, this is my URL, this is my digital fabric, and then you place it somewhere on the earth. So when you go into our system, you physically go there, we actually connect to you and pull it in like a website. Yeah, kind of like a website. Yeah, it is like a website. What's that? You can. You just have to be able to run a server. So it's not something like you don't just upload the HTML or whatever. You have to run a server. So it's a little bit different. And like I said, like a lot of these things, it's like the world isn't mature for it. Mature is obviously very mature for web. It's just this stuff's a little bit different. But that's the idea. Yeah.
I think it'll be cheap to see this.
What is it that
So,
we have somebody on standby. I'm just like,
we're going to be building this.
okay, great. Yeah. I just wanted to get you as soon as possible. This the AI vibrator stuff with what I'm right here.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much anything
Oh,
you're
yeah.
showing is just sorry.
Oh, that's right.
It's true. It's really it is the move.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly the place to start. Okay, what are you talking about?
How many people you got on the line?
I think it was around like 50. That's about like 30, and then
Yes.
people. I see some of your questions. I will get to them and make sure that we get your situation resolved with the Hackathon VPS. And Daniel Schofield and Daniel Morris, I see your comments. All right, next up, we're going to be talking about the avatar stub. So if you all are interested in, let me just get this right, it's a way to write NPCs and bots that appear as avatars in world. You'll basically be able to take any of those avatars that you just were showed by Ray and be able to iterate on them, but also, again, this is what we're calling the avatar stub. So if you're trying to, again, utilize avatars in your space or maybe build services for avatars, this next session is going to be for you. So I'm going to get this all set up, give me about 5 minutes, and we'll reconvene. Well, I'm saying to the Google meeting. That's fair. All right, we're about to go on a Google call here in a moment. Please hold. Please hold. Hey, they're basically saying that we are going to do a specific Google meeting. And so I guess I'm going to send you that link, and let's see if let's invite everybody else to do it. You just post it in right next to Jackson. Radio presentation of that. Oh, I don't actually know what I'm just gonna say go to the hackathon. It'll be on me if anything messes up. So to say, hey, for all the real people, just go to the hackathon. Things right there. And say, yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna, if you go to this Google meeting link that's gonna be posted in the hackathon Discord, go to that, and then we'll go forward.
So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, in the hackathon Discord.
Yeah, so you want to just join that instead of being on YouTube?
They'll be on both, but this specific presenter is virtual. Right?
Yeah.
So he's virtual, so the next one is going to the people who are online.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not like somebody here that people are looking at. It's something just.
They got it. Yeah. Let's go Metaverse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, for those of y'all that are joining virtual, this is a treat, hopefully. We have Yinch, who's joining us remotely from the UK, who is going to be presenting directly to you through Google Meet. So Jackson is going to be pointing you all to a Google Meeting link. So go to that Google Meeting link. It's a different one than what Yinch might have shared with y'all before. And make sure that you go to that new Google Meeting link. It's going to be in the Hackathon Discord channel in the RP1 Discord. And so he just shared it, jump in there. We're about to still share it here, so you're still welcome to watch this way, and I still will say stay tuned here. But we're also going to be sharing the Google Meeting we're going to be sharing the Google Meeting link here and projecting that to everybody who's in person. All right? Hopefully that is helpful and a welcome change of pace here for you all online. For everybody here in person, again, we're going to be talking about avatars. The avatar stub. So if you're interested in building with any 3D avatars, this is your session for you. As y'all join on that Google Meeting link, please keep yourselves muted and potentially, again, cameras on, off, that's up to y'all. All right, we're gonna get y'all accepted in a moment. Yeah, if you also can find Ray, and I'll figure it out if it's on the screen. All right, everybody, we're about to start the next session. Avatars and the avatar stub with Yinch. Hope y'all get pumped.
That was mine. So if this, whatever screen is sharing in this section, this obviously
Yinch, do you want to share your screen? I don't think we have Gemini for this though, right now.
You're the one sending commands to their servers, and their servers send return right? But in a more traditional package, see the client side is the one that's yeah, it's like all your apps are on your phone. When you're playing online, it's online, so like, really play it, it's technically, all the consoles are I think so. And then your computer, you need to have like a minimum stuff that you're yeah, it's more like what is the lowest spec that you're willing to then yeah, we have a minimum for Stoke OS.
Alright, Jens, is that your screen? Okay, no, that's great. That's great. We're good. That is his screen.
yeah, that's his screen. But we want his face on it too, right?
It's definitely lagging. I think don't mind the stream as you push it right now because it's the stream will follow. Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to miss from your presentation and your face. And so, I mean, right now it's just to include.
Yeah, I can do it.
But
it doesn't have it right now.
I think it's
yeah, I can fix that. Just
So we're both sharing our screens.
I have the mic, so I'm just gonna put you like I'm just gonna hold the mic next to you.
alright, we got
Where is the audio? There really is. Oh, there's no
Alright, we got on the live stream.
Now audio. Are we talking again?
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, there's a way.
5, 6. 6, 7, 6, 7. 7.
6, 7.
Gentlemen and a scholar.
1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. 5, 5. 6. Yep, audience all right?
Yeah, we got a couple thumbs ups.
Okay, great stuff. Excellent, excellent. Okay, we got a. I can not see you guys over in San Francisco, so if anything throws adrift, please let me know.
I see what you're saying. I'm gonna try to see if I can rotate this. This little laptop doesn't have any like actual speakers, so I'm just guessing. Yeah, it's right now.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, still audio still all right? Okay. All right. Thanks, Jackson. All right. Are we ready to go? See you one day. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone. I'm Yates from RP1, and I'm here to talk to you about the avatar stuff. Now, our current method of giving you a present to make your own box or your own demon is to use interface that is being used by the avatars to be in the world. So, what we've done is actually created a thin client which only has a subset of connectivity to the servers in such a way that you can write your own behaviors and present it into the world through the avatar system. And this is all under the AI track. So you all can see my screen, this is the hackathon page, and you scroll down a little bit, you'll see that there is the track, and under the AI track, which Sean showed us earlier, there are the two sections here, and the section that we are looking at is the section of the agents. Under agents, we have the humanoids and the pets area, but the place that we're looking at today specifically is the avatar stub. The avatar stub has its own hackathon page, its own wiki page, and one of the important things to say is that, as I said earlier, the avatar stub is a sample JS client app for connecting to the world. So what that means is that it is a client, so it's basically a web page that when you run it, it is connected into the world like you were running the world client, the RP1 browser. But instead of showing you the world, it's actually presented. And we created this so that, and we open sourced it from the GitHub repo so that you can look at the code and write your own control mechanisms, and you can fetch the audio from the world and process it yourself and decide things based on proximity and stuff. And so this is just a thin client for you to port from a GitHub repo and write your own stuff and connect to the server and be able to design and control your own bots to be put into the world. An important thing to mention here is that we talk about avatar stuff a lot, but the repo itself is called the persona login repo. And the persona basically is the foundational data object for any whole avatar. So the way we interface with the system is through an entity called a persona. But a persona and avatar are fairly interchangeable. Avatars have a manifestation, avatars will often appear in the world, but persona is really just a data control layer that's underneath the avatar. In this code, which you can get from the repo. It has a teleport UI front end that lets you position stuff based on longitude and latitude. It has audio playback and real-time stereograph, and you are highly encouraged to, like I said, make a fork of the repo and then like change the code yourself to make it do things, follow you around, or raise your arms according to how close you are standing them, or whatever it is. But basically, this stuff shows the contact surface between a front-end app and the server, not using the browser. Before you go into using it, it's also a good idea to sign up for an account at RP1.com. That's just a free account, and it'll let you log into the system to run it basically. So there's a link on that page as well. And the repo features integration with the Metaverse library, which is done in TypeScript. We made it fully contained, so all the dependencies are within the repo, and it has scripts for running a web server locally for you. I'm not going to go through the nitty-gritty of the structure just yet, but this page is there for you to read when you need to get to sleep late at night. So let's go over to the particular login repo itself now. So here it is. This is the repo. Not very exciting. It's just like any other repo. All the files are there. Everything's on the main branch. The instructions on how to do a quick start. You go in the repo, you put in the folder, you npm install, this does the build, and this spins up the server. Then you go to RP1 to get your account registered, and you go to your browser and you run this address, and it will be running. And this is what it looks like. Look at this. There's a member thing. You click as a member. You put in your login details. You sign in. And so now you're connected. It's very, very boring to look at because this is the client live, but it's not gone anywhere yet. So just to introduce you to the parts of the UI, it's important to remember to log out into the server before you leave the page, or else you're going to steal a session and it'll take you 6 seconds to rejoin. The things you enter are the special ID, which is usually a planet, 104 there. Here's the latitude, here's the longitude, and here's the radius. This is the radius plus the height. This is how high the head is off the ground. And if you teleport to this location, you will start. Over there. And down here you can see these are the 10 closest avatars to you. And that teleport button just sends your avatar position out just the one time. Just one time you can see down here. But if you want to send it out and you change your position, you like 20 left 20 meters and you teleport, and that's your new position. But if you wanted to send out position continuously, then you can use start avatar update, and that will send out the update continuously. So now I will show the effect of this on in-world. Okay, so I'm going to stop the desk share and then start the share again because I need to do this. And I'm on a big monitor. But apologies to people on the small screens. I'll try to make it as visible as possible. Stop sharing. I'll rush to share different screen. That's something else. Try to.
Alright guys, we're gonna be back with the stream in a minute. FYI, I'm gonna sit right there. If you want to launch your project, you're still stuck, I will be consulting projects. So if you guys want to win, that's the seat. Just come right there.
There's some confusion about how to get started. Also, I think it doesn't seem like you know where to start. So I'm trying to get him to start with the easiest thing I think they get started with, which is the CD seller. Just put something and be here with the station website. Yeah, that's very good. Yeah. So, but I'm curious, what happened with the AI?
No, the other people who, I mean, those guys weren't part of it. They should have taken the thing. Yeah. Everyone, most of them.
Oh, they are? Okay. So what was he able to get the box on?
He got everything done. The thing is, for some reason, there's something on
So you can control hands and stuff. And this is just to show you that this stuff is presenting a little bit.
I think it's
Go back a little bit. Right there. Go sideways.
So he got the box on there?
He had it. He built it.
No, I know. Are they in world?
So the business end can switch back to the small window. See it.
Oh, I didn't see it. I want to see it.
Oh, go back to window.
Where was it? Are they still there?
And here I'm going to show you the better way.
Oh, interesting. Well, okay.
So here I mentioned that the positioning code which controls where the avatar is standing and where the hand and the locations are all inside the involve session.ps file. And it's used inside the performance function. So if you want to do things to control the animation or the movement of the avatar, you can do it from this file. You get an alternate repo, go down here to where the stem happens. And anything you want to change, you can change here. You can change the location of the head, the location of the body, position of the hand, location of the hand, position of the hand, location of the hand. And this is calculated from the longitude and latitude. This is going to show you here. So basically, you are working around moving things with the teleport to function. Let me show you the teleport to. Yes, so basically you can control the avatar by checking, by feeding stuff into this payload, and then sending the payload to the persona. So you may not need to touch anything else in the code to make this stuff. Okay. And for the audio stuff, it is under audio. So in the audio genre,
schedule, you can have multiple people working on the same automation. It's very interesting.
I think the microphone is picking all up.
In the audio somewhere, if something has touches the stream and you are able to then just query the data for the audio buffer function. Okay. So proximity is under the proximity autonomous. So these three files contain all the audio and the proximity contain the inbound information from the world, and info session.ts contains the payload for sending back to the world. So those are the three contact points, and you want to make something with the bot, then basically use those three contact points, make a repo, make a clone of this repo, and then change those things, those three files, to produce the next great Neopets. Okay, that's it for me. Any questions from the people who are in this chat system? Unmute yourself, please. Okay, okay, so that's it for me. Any other questions about this, you can ask on the Discord. Thanks for listening. I hope you have fun working out fun things for the AI thing to do. I'm pretty sure I should look into the Macarena first. Special bonus prize whoever programs Macarena into the bot first. I'll just show you. Yeah, no, that's all. If you go to the plaza in the world, the animation, the upper body animation of the bots walking around through the hands is actually a recording that I made of myself, way back in the avatar like a few years ago. So I'm hoping that it will become the next top dance craze. Anyway, that's all for me. Thanks so much, David. I'm going to hand it over back to you. And catch you guys on the Discord.
Thank you, Yinch. Thank you, Yinch. I appreciate you, my friend. Everybody, I thank you for joining on the Google call here. I'm going to do a quick check on timing here and see what we got coming up next on the docket. Gabe, Daniel, Patty, Daryl, Jonathan, hope you all are doing well. Thank you for joining on this. If you guys want to go back to the Discord, let's see what's going on. It's nice to see your face, Daniel. Hope you're doing well. Any specific? Yeah, give me one moment, Daniel. Is Jim Jim, right here. We have a direct question for you right here. You want to come over here for a second? Alright. Apparently you have a backlog of messages on Discord. Yeah, he's helping somebody here, and he'll get back to you tomorrow. But I'll have him come over and just talk with you. He's been back. A lot of the last session was basically with the officer stuff. So, as you guys probably were as well, you know, just being called everywhere. So, give us apologies for that. This is probably called. Hopefully, the presentation might have been a little bit smoother than it was for us in person. I guess it's same in reverse for the physical. But, yeah, how are y'all doing? Everything all right? Outside of the backlog from Jim at the moment? Yeah, man, just for getting back on schedule with the work time, so 8:30 p.m., which is about 14 Oh, I mean, any one of us, you know, 3 or 4 years, I think that if I was I think that Claude is incredible. Creating some sort of repository like what was King's Jackson spoke about assets and being able to potentially build activities to become like a template space so that you can work with it where you're going to be able to have template games for different spaces So maybe we're gonna sell that from Hinge and hopefully that was I would actually so you might be trying to well, So and then there's more or less like gift cards for you guys as well. And then you might have some other, just like, you know, gift cards. You know, like, you know, like you have like a card gift card where it's like a downloadable gift card. Pretty much, yeah. The prizes you get to own what you build, and you can see how valuable it might actually be. I mean, is that something that we could tell them? Yeah. One day, sorry, a 4-day class, so like the class for the week that you have to meet is basically $600. And so for you and or your team, you'll be able to be there and then showcase your project.
What part of what you do in the whole RPI? What ecosystem is like?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. It's just there's an opportunity for different people to build something that is useful in AI. It's likely going to be something that can accelerate. And so let's just say. Yeah. Yeah, the more people who are building and creating, it's a flywheel. So the more people are also be able to experience. And at some point, there's going to be hardware that, like, by the end of the year, AR glasses are going to be on the market. But right now, if you're a developer for like the application classes or the Android XR feature classes, you have the same application Android problem you have with your cell phone. What we're creating is the web equivalent of what the key is the metaverse. So the metaverse is custom. So as you go beyond it would be able to again help people create their spaces for their digital infrastructure, their metaverse infrastructure. So you can create, you know, some person people might want to create a digital twin of their office spaces, their homes, or just create a digital virtual spaces. And then in that, as you say, you might want to Walmart or Safeway. And you might want to create an AI and see that Safeway will be able to engage more in service and be able to have a dedicated Safeway AI for people who are wearing any you walk into a Safeway and you're wearing your Android XR glasses, I'm wearing my vision, she's understand. And you walk into the Safeway separately. Which is created by AI and you see that's an opportunity where just AI use case for advertising. We're the only company that can catch everyone and everything. We don't, like again, if you were to sell your service or AI service to a Safeway or a Walmart, you do that directly. That's not, we don't make any money from that. It's just like the web. It's just like you sell your blanket to the website. Have your own space and you can host it on your service. We don't want to go to your own space. Well, you can probably host it on your own space too. But the minute that we want it to be publicly available or you want it to be connected to a master, well then you'll so it's our field. If you go to rp1.com/attach, you'll then be able to attach your fabric, which is what your scene. Right. So exactly. So that's the coolest part about this event is this is the first time that this announcement is made today. That was the first time that we're very happy about. So when you build your now when you all build your spaces, if you're getting one scale, and if you want to share it with anybody, but you'll be able to attach your space to one primary universal spatial fabric that every network, everybody can. Yeah, exactly. So what do you take care of that for you? And that's what we'll do. You'll take care of everything else, and you just attach it to her. It's economies of scale. It's economies of scale. That's what I'm saying, by you all building and developing tools, services, and spaces for others to be able to something easier. It's like WordPress being able to say, hey, look, you don't need to use HTML and CSS to write a website. Here's a template. And you'll pay us $60 for it, but here's a template. And then, oh, hey, you have a community of people who develop plugins for these templates. Correct. Right. Correct, because what will happen is people will start to develop, just general assets, repositories, or spaces. Yes. Yeah, I think it is it'll basically be like the short answer is no. But your answer is you'll be able to just attach it like a situation like that for your website.
I'm gonna steal. I'm becoming.
I saw you go off the video. Do you have any questions or? Oh, you're muted. Do you have other people on your team or you're a solo hacker? No, solo virtual. Nice. So whatever team that you want, you know, that's it. Oh, interesting. Are you able to show your screen real quick? Junior. Are you okay with showing your screen? Jim. Here, we have the person who has a question on some ideas. Sure. You want to take this example? Actually, that's
Oh, how do I do that? How do we grab permission? Sure.
Oh, that's on there.
Thanks to code, I think I can talk with as many people and then start building. 12 hours to build.
Yeah, I don't know. Wait, sorry, give me one moment, my guy. One moment.
There was a game. You should be here, man. Why aren't you here? What's that? Yes, they have planes. Tell your professor next time. I'm going to pay for you to get over here. Are you sure? What are you running into?
Here. She should be able to now.
Yeah. You said she would share your screen? Okay. He said you did. Did it work? Or can you try it again? No.
Can I ask if anybody? Can anybody else? Can anybody else share the screen?
Can anybody else share their screen? Yes, I can. Oh, there we go. Someone's sharing. Gabe. Gabe sharing. Thanks, Gabe. Yeah, so is team 001? Yeah, sorry, everything's kind of mashed up and coordinated, so yeah, 3 digits below 50.
Yeah, I think I've been spending a lot of my time building it out.
Which number?
Validating. So so this was like the original idea, I guess. So like essentially it's like
so you're gonna get the 4 commands that you need to run when it's done. It's like 4 commands basically run the service, copy
essentially you can
URL,
capture it
and it'll next link in the scene
that's how you record everything
put
that's
it
going
there
on
in your
you, and then you can go back and forth.
You're all hanging out here.
Right? Yeah, and then the real part is where I really just wanted some AI, so I wanted like an AI thing. So imagine like, you know, you could build the setting by yourself and all this other stuff as well if you really want it, or you can capture it in real time. So essentially just so
So you're basically like immersive 3D cinema now.
Kind of. So yeah, both like with the recording and capturing like record real time what's happening inside, but also you're like the director of your own film.
Yeah. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, so you're basically creating the beginning of like like directing AI 3D films.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so I think it has potential. I know. I think at the very least I could get a prototype working in the next 24 hours. Like a raw prototype. Like obviously it's not gonna be like I just wanted
Honestly, like there are two parts of this. One is this will work if you're also able to experience it. And like are you envisioning people to experience? How do you experience what you record?
It's gonna sound really weird. Have you ever played Cyberpunk 2077?
I marketed it, but I didn't.
Really? You marketed
I talked about it professionally, but I never actually.
So there's a thing called a brain dance, and you can essentially move 3D. You can pause back and forth.
Is it like have you ever seen in Black Mirror? Sorry, somebody had like a Gaussian splat video, basically.
Yeah, I think I've seen it. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's a YouTube video, but you're talking about.
So I'm pretty sure there's stuff online. It's kind of like this, except it's more real time, I guess. So essentially, you have an audio layer, visualization layer. Like, I guess it's not going to be super immersive. It's one thing to code it, one thing to bring it in a video game, obviously. So essentially, what it does, it kind of would work similar to this, except they're a little more primitive. So you capture the avatars in real life. You can go back and forward in time. You can also edit people out and do edit as 3D, I guess. It's kind of like
I think it's interesting. I mean, so again, so you're very much squarely in the entertainment space. You're going after like the immersive content creation route.
Kind of, yeah. I'm a writer in my free time, actually. So that's where this all comes. I'm a software engineer.
So you're basically able to say, hey, look, give this and teach this or show this, or take your writings, put it in here, and then you can actually create the scene and the people and the characters.
Both that, and if you want to capture something in real time.
And honestly, like that's the idea. So I can imagine at the end, like tomorrow, what you'll do is say, hey, look, if you have a story, if you have a concept, if you've already written a novel, it doesn't matter how deep you are, you can now bring your text-based content to life in 3D and see it around you happening.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm thinking about, and I think it'd be cool, like if I did want to start, I could start my company to pivot on something like this. That's what I was thinking. So I've just been refining my idea over and over again, and honestly, it doesn't matter whether I finish tomorrow or keep happening.
Exactly, you own it. You can keep it iterating.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
So that's what I'm saying. That's the angle. I would say you're literally trying to take introducing a new medium of consuming and experiencing and creating content. Consuming, experiencing, creating, consuming, and experiencing.
Yeah, so this is a fun project. I want to learn more about it. Like AI content in general. I work at Scale AI, so I know. Like I've seen a little bit. Like we work with clients all the time. Where just how Scale's model works with clients for doing stuff. I got that excuse to talk to a lot of people who are kind of doing something similar, but not making something like this. I even talked about it. So why not something like this? It's a good brain dance to the side of the sun. Maybe it might be because I played the game.
I would say, yeah, go forward with that, and then when you do pitch it, that's how I pitch it.
Thanks so much.
That makes sense. Like,
so if you're in your,
I feel like that would because you're an author and tell that story. You're talking to the judge and tell that story of I'm an author. I write. I like to express and share my creativity on text. And now what this gives me the ability to do is now make me not just vibe code and make a video of this. I'm actually now able to put it in my space and actually in with my characters in real time around.
So yeah, I think that's what I was sharing. And that can all be done on RP1, RPF1. RP1. Yeah. Oh yeah, RP1. Because yeah, I work with RPs on like in my thing, so like it's like automatic default. But I appreciate it so much.
That folder is basically just the source code. And then there's a DIST folder, disk folder. And then web.
Yeah, I think that's I write books and I really have it functionalized and cinema and stuff like that.
Gabe is kind of our resident, like, he's like our user service. He's actually been set up his campus at RP University. Yeah. No, he's already figured out like way more stuff than I even know how to do. So. There's an object style there too. If you go in there, you should see your capsule and your document. So you use SCP from your local drive, however you like that out there. Hey, do you need to restart the service for a little show potentially? Okay. Oh, they can just refresh. You can just refresh it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So copy them up there, refresh the browser, and then they should be there under objects. No, just that after you got something kind of interesting, have you signed up on the developer RP1.com yet?
I did.
Okay, cool.
I signed up as a developer, but then I got stuck trying to research the buttons of ours.
Okay, perfect. So make sure you publish the scene when you're done. When you're ready. Okay, that's on the top. No, just at the top right to the far. Yeah. Publish the scene, and then you see the little settings icon, the settings log on the left side of that same toolbar?
Yeah, scene settings.
Okay, open that up, and there's a URL, your fabric URL. I should say copy, spatial fabric. Should give you a URL that uses some JSON.
It doesn't just give me all
Yes, you do have to publish it first. So we need that URL, so that URL goes into the dev center. That's what links your dev center account to your spatial fabric as a server. Yes, of course. Now that should,
the same URL.
if that all gives you success, you might as well go back to the last step. Did it give you a URL for your site? Enter.rp1.com with some coordinates. Choose a start off on no, do a plan. Use like that. Yeah, you do parameters. Yeah. Yeah, I never figured out what these all are. I get the same. Dave worked with Dean a lot because I've been You got that?
I do see the deal.
Isn't that great? So what is actually happening too, like you didn't upload the duck to us, that server is running completely off on its own, and RP1.com went back and connected into that server that you published on that server, like a website.
So as long as I keep publishing.
Yep. Yes, and that plot of land is like on that new Corona is yours. So whatever you publish will show up in that plot of land.
So when I submit in 20 hours, and I have right now, I just have a GitHub repository where I just put a text file with the link. Do you want
That'll work.
object? Just the location?
That would be cool, yeah. That would actually be really cool. I would love that if you want to, yeah. And then so yeah, you jump look at Gabe's world. See what I'm talking about? Like I don't know. This is cool. And this is running off of your hosting your server, right? Okay. Okay, cool. This is like the cool thing about the Rowan University stuff is like the first kind of like real world like digital twin going on. So that's actually a statue at the university that they 3D scanned. Yeah, it's got to do that, right? And the cool thing about this is physically in the correct spot on Earth, as it is in the real world. The cool thing about Gabe is that each one of us spends. Sorry, go ahead.
What was the other format besides GTF?
just, it's totally simple. It's a link. It's just a, you know, you verify the right. So if you want to give that your public key, you can private key or what. This would be
I sent it to Bo. What do you prefer? Gmail or get two things, but for now I'll just get stuck with something. Oh no. Again, it's more fun to talk about it, but there's no bad blood. It's funny. And I'm like, it's kind of funny just how they. Tennessee, you know, that's very, very. Police officer for 4 years long ago. I feel bad. So good. It's hard when somebody has, I can do that with all the so next year that's yeah, they're in a start something just to mentality this person that doesn't happen
kind of state a problem in there. So they're just for that. It's almost like they have to have like, well, I really do it. Everyone's like, oh, they have to figure out where they try to things or but it's going to be a problem. It doesn't solve the problem. Or we'll scrap this way and go we want to be first.
with the cell phone. So I talked to two guys and they need to push 6G. So we give them the data for the government to move faster and further into the steps. We are, again, with the rate versus the whole, we are, think of like better, think about 15 languages using what if our number was really slow, but if it was high enough, it would be but this is going to be, I don't know who this is, it's almost like yes, it was just like
I didn't push it to get to you. I was so angry. You can still watch over. I was working on it. And all of a sudden, but I can do something like that.
allowed to know. That's the stuff you can't share. That's on a need to know basis.
Yeah. exactly that. To get it out. So trying to build a network is forcing everything. The only real but why would the job in trying to tomorrow starting something impossible? I'm sure there's always yeah, but it is within a year we'll have something that will whole bunch of things. It's going to provide industry growth. You're not going to get very much, early and that's how
This is where standards are very and this is why I believe that there's no people are broken, and it's not like what it is, it's not the standard. You need to start blaming yourself, right? If you've done everything right, it must be you that body, or this is cut that knees, or this is something that you start to find that all around life, this stuff doesn't work. Versus, really good
So last year when they shut down all these companies that put in multi-million-dollar investments in this, they should have elected to turn around.
By the way, you know, there's real penalties there.
They thought everyone was right.
Not disorganized, but I know
No enterprise, there are some people that use they are, we're so over that.
I'm just trying to think about it. Same thing with you or something like that. It's nice when people just, stuff happens.
You go to Wells Fargo, we're now working through us roadblocks that handle all of their banking infrastructure.
Well, take a look at the thing. Take a peek at it. I promise you, it's very easy. I actually read it and said, wow, this is, it has to happen on their own infrastructure.
The dating, I mean, I'll let everyone say, Joel, reader, do you want it? Yeah, sure. And you go look out the window and look at every single building around here. Every building's going to get spatial. Every building needs to control what goes on in their own building, and they can't trust that with anyone else. Sensors will be built directly into the equipment. So then let's say I work for Ford and I got my AR glasses on. As I'm walking down the Ford assembly line, my glasses, when if a machine is overheating, that part of the machine will glow orange and red depending on the heat level of the pressure building of that machine. Or if the oil tank is low, then it will actually show me the oil there. I'll see it in my glasses, it'll overlay exactly on the machine, and that won't happen unless that particular piece of machinery has got its better responsibility. I can't guarantee you that the company that produces all the services that are used in the hospital will open source their code to be free. They'll probably sell that for a very penny to the hospital. Sure.
It's still like utterly the shit when they sign people up.
But we're right here. Yeah, a lot of stuff that gets created today.
It's so yeah, you have to take is there like a
If you go on RP1 and you search for your house in the city, we've got a lot of stuff. We got 464 million buildings on the great map. Well, in RP1 right now. You can search all over. Just go into RP1 and you type it in whatever city you come from, it'll show up the map. But then if you type in Saturday, you can find that as well. So we got the next that would be just, we can't handle it. MXR did not give us that. But the entire network browser, the internet browser, will handle overlay. So if you're Yelp, you can't build and force everyone to get your content from Yelp. But as a consumer, if I want Yelp to overlay, I can turn on the Yelp overlay, and now as I walk down the street, I will get Yelp content added to my online portal.
so it's not easy to page, at least
Yeah, RP1 right now, your starting point is in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. You're off the coast of Africa. You're basically 0-0 latitude and longitude. But
Actually, there is one bug, but it's just another bug. But I wish that when I suspect the problem is that the card is overheating, and so it shuts down as soon as to protect itself, which is smart. We don't want to burn the car. But I just wish it would one wish I had is to give you like a warning, like, hey, you're approaching, terminal condition here. You might want to do something about it. No, that's the thing about it, and it's bizarre. I'm okay with that. Sorry? That's the problem. I have only 1,000 watts fans in there. So, it's an old computer. This computer's been around for 4 years now.
I had something similar. It was like waiting my fans.
Yeah?
Because it's easy to do.
Yeah.
Put in the goodness. I recognize that 30% more
That's a good idea. You know what? I just have been hesitating to put more money into it because I'm not 100% sure that that's the problem. I'm guessing just because I kind of noticed the behavior that the machine is hot and you can feel the heat coming from that, and so I that's just educated guess.
temperature.
I should do that too.
Because it could be a CPU as well. Never necessarily.
Yeah, except for the fact that then my computer will because the CPU gets pummeled when it's building dramatic and so forth. And it never, it only happens when I'm playing games. Like, and the games are professional graphics card. But no, I love it video cards. It's funny because it used to be that there were multiple choices and stuff in the early days. Video cards. And now it's kind of down. And two, I'd say closer to 2 than 2.5. It's like Darwinism, survival of the fittest.
I gotta go figure out some shit that
always comes down to once it's mature, it's leaner, it's smaller, That's true. Some Gaussian.
What's your latest car now that you Oh, the developer that needs stuff. Yeah, because it's just, I asked him because, anytime I think about, or even my laptop, but he said I've actually played Call of Duty, I've played Warcraft, I've played my games fully full on and no problem. Frame rate's a little low. But not as high as it should be. But what I noticed is that there's other graphics products, and what people rate what they see as good graphics mode, it has to do with frame rate. Some features, frame rates. Oh, I got 40 frame rates, FPS. Makes it better talk. No, it's okay. It's all good. You. So right now, we have the ability to talk about load but we just have to expose so if you go to the if you go to a website, you log in with your account, right? And then you go to your account settings, you'll find inside of there, you'll find your persona. And inside your persona, you'll see like your avatar choice. Thank you.
stop the training. Well, yeah, you're training an XR. Take the headset off. Put it in the real world. But you really want to do is something out in the field, like the headsets on, so that the headsets are there to help them do their job. And they can't use that without having all say exactly. You got prototype, you got proof of concept, you're ready to go. You have no way to deploy it. Anytime you got a way to deploy it,
It was up. My phone is drive. If you know, I don't have a heavy watching.
give also if you're employee $300 AR $100, and you're going to say $200 $300 $7 million a year. Are you going to do that? These companies, all over. publicly, we see your house.
And so right now we show the program prototype show our services and show any experience there how to create your own spatial fabric in your own web server, your own website, and have full ownership. I'm already putting something on my XR right there. So there's three things they're all AI like work or streaming services. So you got a space, but I'm very low. Trying to interact. You have that our total triangle flyer fee we install is 200,000 triangle count, 200 feet, and then you have to get in. You've got 100 avatars. So the metaverse, you're talking about it right there. So we have the airport, instead of staring at the screen, out of these actors are there, or avatars. So, procedural avatars are so these are service areas. How do you do that? Those are problems that absolutely. How do you install America? You want to have to install all this everywhere you go in the world. Well, we still have to problems that are occurring in and we have the damage which is unfeasible to send over. You can have faster than 26 So a lot of them might want to second. So again, there's a lot of things that we're dealing with that say, a website, the VPN, the form of kind of your own website.
that you can use whether you limit to how much you can grab and display. Eventually there's going to be something called Web G2 where supposedly you're going to try to get some type of connection to your local LG. Why this partnership initiative is so important. The initiative is so important is that we're going to create this in a way. What was I just saying? Oh, graphics, yes. Go ahead.
prototype there is not really a use case. And if I had one that was easily accessible that was a use case, then I think you would also come up with more ideas of here's how I can use this or that. And I see a sort of a slightly better version of the world I saw 15 years ago. I don't know what to do with that until things are
Yeah, and I think, no, I agree 1,000%. In fact, we know this. Like, in fact, if we ever came to be using Unity right, the first thing I say is that this is not a platform. Ignore the graphics. This is how standard graphics will work. And then once the standards are in place and the world solves it, the graphics will get better. So I'm not asking, that's why we're not selling anything, we're not charging anything. This is a showcase of how things will come together. I agree. Every single word that you said. In fact, I hate graphics worse than you because I know it's a distraction to very important technology. And so if you saw the very first website and just had a sentence, I could easily be you and say, this is garbage. Like, I wouldn't want to, this font is terrible, I can't put any pictures here. What a dumb idea for websites. But then you fast forward some time and you're like, oh my God, this is really useful. It changed the world. We're at that moment where we're showcasing the tech. I'm not trying to convince you as an individual, even though I know this, if we talk about one, I will easily get you. That's why we have those kind of basic introductions so we can take people. When I take them on a tour and explain exactly what's happening, I will get, like I took Disney, and the first thing I tell them is ignore the graphics because this is what we saw. It has nothing to do with us. This is what I saw. Let me explain what's happening. And when I take them on a 45-minute tour, they're like, how does that go? This is impossible. And that's what I want to tell them.
A lot of good stuff. It's just that, especially for this hackathon, we're asked to go on top of it. And if I look at prototype, it's hard to do anything as deep on. I got lucky because I had a conversation that I didn't quite realize, and someone was like, "Oh, I know what you're talking about," and I looked at a completely different path. So that's cool. But
I would say graphics are, there are some locations that again, I'm not supporting graphics are. We have a very small team, so how time we're doing all the graphics. There are some scenes, that are that push the level. I don't know if you've been to like a lounge. You go to Hogwarts or something where it's at. There are places where you're like, okay, this is good for like soccer. But again, that's not the purpose of this. The purpose of this is to introduce communities first and to the idea of AR classes, the idea of services, which is extremely important. And the graphics are taking care of themselves.
it's just that when you walk over, you were talking about changing how the public sees Metaverse and the name of that Metaverse.
If you listen to what we're talking about, it would explain more about what the project is about, where it's at currently. And that's it. So the picture is like, I'll show you some of the new ones. I'm gonna send you the video. So this is our AR demo. I'm gonna take you to a very beginning to show you how fast it is. So this is the AR side. And again, we're showcasing something very, very important. So if you push a button, put your name in, go to it. So that's the whole purpose of the restaurant. Again, we're using WebRTC. So David Nassau is actually in the actual restaurant. And here is an actual service where we have this. So he is using the Quest 3 and this is an anchored service. So this service can be anything. When I say anything, it can be a find a library book, it can be Disneyland, how to make a churro, it can be a printing press, it can be airports, it can be a very primitive thing. But this is a video streaming service, and these assets know that he is near and is connecting him to that service in real time. You don't have to install anything. What's even crazier, so he's there with the password, and it recognizes he's doing the volume, and it's connecting all these things. It says nothing to do, this is anchored on the spatial fabric of the area. So you see this movie, the movie's absolutely gorgeous. Okay, so now check this out. Fast forward it, and then you're gonna see, oops. So that's someone in VR and someone in desktop in their houses. Click a button, we are right next to them, and guess what? We can see the same surface in real time. And so the point is that now that we know the right now, that's the one screen thing, it'll change your log or your but that'll all be solved. And so again, not our concern. We're showcasing, because we're not showcasing good we're showcasing how it works in VR. And so in VR, and I don't know if you did a really full tour, so I'll give you this thing. So we're actually talking full 6DoF, full spatial audio. 6DoF is 6 degrees of freedom. So we can track literally your facial expression, your hand movement. This is very, very hard to do. Typically, Meta can do about 20 to 30 people before it gets really bad experience. We can do over 100,000 and we're using 1,000 people. The reason why the Metaverse needs scale is we need to connect a billion concurrent users going in and out of every single spatial file we see. No one can do it. So the reason why you're stuck in platforms is because they provide some of that scale, even though it's limited, and it's kind of free. You can give up all your data and ownership. But that's why enterprises came before and started doing all this stuff. We saw all that. But here, let me show you the VR stuff, because that'll be easier. Everything right here is directly from the demo. So nothing you do is so here's when he came in, those are the things that were read. It's okay. So this is space. So we're showcasing now that we can build a fully persistent, unlimited map, unlimited precision. And that's the really important because we're going to unlimited map. So we can build a persistent map. So most of the time when you build something, it's because there's snow. You build a skybox, a very small skybox. We are removing the skybox from members. Skyboxes don't necessarily exist. They do to an extent. But you have to remove that. And again, think AR glasses first, and then it's all virtual reality. Okay? So AR glasses needs to know as I'm moving around the real world, it's connecting to all the different spatial different websites, owned and operated by different people all over the world. And so when you're talking about VR, you can also build anything imaginable outside of our solar system. And so imagine if I want to build a digital twin of this. Well, if I own the rights to this building, I can have the VR and the AR all combined. But what if I want to build a fictitious building? That would be outside of our solar system. And there's endless space that you can go down. The reason why there's a map problem is when you render 32-bit maps, as you get farther and farther, bigger and bigger, you start losing precision. And precision is really important on an anchor surface. And so on an anchor surface, I need that to be a million. I need to know, like, this chair is here, I want to put something here. It needs to know. But in a persistent large map, there's some people on the problem where I put it here, it's actually 40 feet back or 100 feet back as you get further and further out. You solve that problem. So this is actually flying near Saturn. This is all in one single map. So I'm not teleporting. I can fly over here so you can see everything move. It's crazy. So we're demonstrating the demo that's on the map. But here's actually planet Earth. When I say we've done a 1-to-1 scale, that's actually planet Earth right there. So this is all the planet Earth 1-to-1 complete scale of what Earth is. And these are just sample locations that we created. So you'll see as you're flying down, and again, the next one's going to be filled with graphic from cesium, all those different things. They create all the terrain. So as you're coming in here, you're actually connecting to some server that knows what that scene looks like and all the assets, and what services that exist there, and anyone in the world can go to that same location with a piece of the scene. So this is a very powerful what we're demonstrating. This no other company can do this. And so again, we're not showing this now. Here's a couple places that have some decent graphics. Again, these are all graphics, and these are built by other people, but they know the constraints of what that company, RP1. And so here's actually controlling a service over here. You're actually controlling a in the real world. Right? So what we do is all the different services that you can choose if you want to use. So you can really lock it down. It's just like your Wi-Fi password. You can password. If you want to
So, here, I'll pass for this. So this is what here. This is the lounge. It's 8 lighting. You know what 8 lighting is? Yeah, so yeah, so this kind of goes really hard. So you get feeling of shadows and light. Again, that's our limitation. So there's ways to, and I'll show you hard bars real quick. But you actually go through the bar, so you look around, it's a little easier. When you walk away from the bar, you see it open. Here, check this out. It's pretty damn good. Yeah, so since we created the demo, we can create movement. We have a blip that's going around, and there's collision detection. We have to tell people how to do this. Those are going to be the next things that we add to station. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. When you're right, then you can convince everyone that it's. But you don't want to wait for right now. And I may, there may be 100 people, not a knock on you, but maybe 20 of you that are like, you know what, this is cool, I'll let you know when it looks better, and then I'll be interested in participating. I think some people are like, I don't care about this stuff. They'll say, I'll start working now. So that's why we're showing up. And I eventually want to move over because I want to be graphics too. Like, I want to be shitty graphics. But
I just think of like not being like my mom who like read the news and then like was making fun of it. So just really walked over, you're standing right there and you're like, we want to change how people think about it. So it's like you're not there yet.
do you know what your mom's going to like? Is when AR glasses exist. She's not going to understand any technology. She's going to talk about her stuff. It's but I'm saying most moms. So his mom, no chance.
My grandma.
So what they're going to love is that when you put on the AR glasses, I connect to a browser. When my daughter calls me, and she shows up right now. And I can see.
You don't have to say except call. That's what my grandma started with.
I mean, if she can't, I can't solve. But you know, there's really close to yeah, there will be enforcement. 100% use for AI. There will be AI that does a lot of this. And so you'll do it all. So they'll say, Anna's calling, and would you like to take some calls? So say yes, and literally, I don't care right now. And she'll be like, oh my God, it's so many things to do. You're not the closest thing to reality. That's going to be happening. And then eventually, she'll be like, I want to try this thing on. You're like, oh my God, it's a service that does that. Totally AI. All you have to do is go grab right here, put it here, and then you'll change things. And then you'll, these will be things you said. Or you go into order. Let's say, let's say we're really done. You're going to put AI glasses, AR glasses on, and there's going to be a service by the fly. Guess what? You just started the first day. And there'll be services that will, and they'll say, no, hey, it's time for someone that will little funny thing. They'll say, they'll give you a little mark and distract, but then you're shots it, and you'll start getting used to this, and you'll perform lots of things. And at some point, you'll get used to this. Because the thing that's really great is I walk up and walk my computer. You have that person. So you guys need like slowly, and that service will just grow.
how do we change people's minds about metaverse? I was just thinking, you would when the graphics are better. But you can convince companies now, there's great services. You can't see it now, they already walked past. Okay.
Worldwide in a different format. So when you deal with web apps, you're keeping track on how you access all of access, how you there's security reasons why people afford it. Because what happens when you literally can't exist until there's a name. So what are those 10 million going to do? That is a major problem. It does exist, but what I'm saying is that
they are on the same app.
yeah, but a lot of them have left the taxi driver and now just false. They move from one to another. I think they lost money. Well, the businesses lost money.
Individuals not provide medallions.
So the individual, you typically have a medallion, which is a one-time fee. Or you have to be a part, of an association that have an evaluation and they do it. But eventually those are going to be there's also, I believe, education is going to rise as well. Their job is to show up, tell them what the homework is, read verbatim what's in the book, and then walk away. So like, speaking is inspiring, it's very exciting, passionate about it, and then they can do all the other things. What AI can do is, you already saw Robin Williams and he did Poet Society. It's always amazing when you talk about the special teacher making that. You haven't seen that. But it teaches you how to live and enjoy the things that you're learning. Taught what's powerful about AI is that if you recognize how you learn, you can recognize what you know, and on the fly build curriculum that takes you to a where you literally imagine in a box you have all of that. In fact, Elon Musk
same where instead of limiting the individual, what they can learn based on here's just how we've taught for the last 10 years, AI will go as fast and as much as you want to learn. It's really throughout the day, you're not limited to the knowledge and it's how much skills. And so I believe that something that parents do, that's right now, the time they're doing this, here's my phone, stereo movie, I don't even know how to teach you. Well, if there is AI and they want to do a very small amount of money, then now you can have your kids learn and be excited about it. Now you have a partner, they're motivated to, you know, they can check all the parts of it. And the power of it, you become now ideas. You want to solve these AI features that are doing these things. Now everything out of common basic education.
I was looking for a TV with a USB-C plug, which none of them seem to have. I think it'll be okay. He's in there.
Slowly. I've seen they call them, it's actually where I saw in high school. It's a like horror living class or something. I forget the name of it.
Except that a lot of times honors kids don't take that.
Well, the name of it is.
I think in my school they included some like one day unit in the
scared for my kids, because I'm like, how are they going to get money? Because if you're not killing us, or you're not in control of this, they also become a big or how do they find a job? That's scary for me. But I think other jobs, at some point, someone still has to manage AI. Someone still has to do some work. Well, you know what? My wife is a chief communicator. She communicates. So her job is more external and internal comms, which is like social communication. And her job is to also help executives cascade, communicate, not only within the organization. So as you get down, so as you change different things, her job is really good about this. A lot of leaders are trying to get the idea of people in this, so they don't have to convey hard things and understand the implications across the organization. So she works directly with the CEO and C-staff, and she's there, like, let's say we're going to shut down something in Russia because there's something on there. Well, how do you make that happen? How do you explain it to their employee? There, she's like hard, but also understanding this impact in that organization and make sure the right word and things go done so that the company's respected. It's very hard to do. Her job is to become more important. Right. Because most things are going to sound like AI. And it's going to learn a lot of the personal aspect. Yeah, could you start talking about something? But you need someone to understand and scrub what's happening so that you still feel like you're organization. Communication just in sales and or other aspects like that. It's going to be the lost art. And it's going to be a very important skill on how to those people separate from that.
What is the domain knowledge? Is really important. It's just that all of the positions that used to earn you that domain knowledge and get you all that experience. And so it's how do you still learn those skills without learning AI?
My best example is you do want to learn those skills. However, AI and VR especially can actually ramp up because most people they get if you're using the same tool.
If you're trying to get a job doing something, you have to really love
So, I mean, look, when someone created a calculator, I would argue that lots of people are like, well, wait a minute, I was your long division guy, and I'm really good at it. And he's worried about his job because I don't have a calculator to use, but this is what you need to learn long division and calculator.
That's what I'm saying. The people who do that have to be above the sigma levels is very higher. The company above the level that everybody can do. So it's just finding like your kids. Everybody can go here. Yeah, it's great. You still have to have some
part of the time. And I'm married and have a kid. I went to school, we got a kid. We actually did not. I'm a big firm of So first when you get the value for I'm the Los Angeles. And you would think the teachers know this is a parent day that people are coming into school. You walk into a classroom and it was the most off the chart, kids bouncing off the wall, teacher trying to get them to calm down, no control whatsoever. It was awful. And we went to another one, not much better, but all right. Then we had this one parent telling us how great it is, all the deleting money at this computer and this computer and this and this. So they were selling them features. Yeah. To me, the teacher is the most important. At the end of the day, that is the heart. They teach the values, they teach all these things, which to me is extremely important. Not just fancy computer concepts. Kids at that age don't care about fancy stuff, they care about and it was absolutely great. And this is that point, again, much younger. We weren't poor. Just finally got the water by all the other servers. By and large. Okay, so you still run the server, right? Well, so she's involved the tool because basically was the son of the owner of one of the top racks. Oh, yeah. So she's not right now. Okay. I had her do it like that. Especially for 2 kids as well. Yeah. So it's still like, she just needs her. Okay. And then there's people that serve the ride and all of them that they do. And he's very comfortable. So we went to server again. And I was blown away. Like they literally test into math. You can be in 3 different math levels, 3 different English levels. All based on just sure it's capable of. It wasn't about advanced, it was more about just what's right for you and the right way to do it and stuff, which was amazing. It's smart. You want them to be also on board. That's what you typically where is yours? And the teachers were teachers that wanted to get to the school. So now they want to keep their job. They grow up there for their long term. So they are ranked for the youth are a bad teacher. Parents are playing the team. So they don't shine around. It's not tenure like it is in public school where you can be the worst teacher in the world and not really what. And so there's no checks and balances. And the teams actually sit in the classroom once a month or whatever it is on there. It's very, very hard. So, but what I love about it is, even beyond the education, the pillars like the values first, what they teach, and see it happening. And so we end up doing it. They end up giving us a deal with the institution where it did. And my first question was, does the deal go away? Like, because I don't want to name them after school, but I think they said, as long as you're here, you're locked into this. Done. It was absolutely amazing. However, when we got to, we were about to work in ninth grade, a lot of people transfer into high school and are not built through this entire school program because all those kids had great values. It was amazing. Our kids were like, they understood the course, working hard, all this, like, all the things that weren't so important, also they could replicate. In ninth grade, it was off the chart. And our kids were sure they were recognized, but I wanted, in my wife and I agreed, we're going to afford it for as long as we can because we want a foundation in the beginning, right? Being successful, working hard. Once you have that foundation to a certain age, I can throw you into 5
IB program, which is a major IB and also a Astoria High School.
Yeah, I've done
So we actually had a choice in Calabasas or Gura. Calabasas is one of the world's Gura is more where my kids have to pick. They actually want to. They're not into your welfare team. Giving them the least people are also working. That's where AI is. Say, here's the AI. You have to trust it. It has to be from everything you trust and all that stuff. But I believe AI will eventually give levels of education that will blow away, I think, any school in training.
sometimes what I see when I do all of this, I have to whoa, what is that? I'm just curious.
You have to look that can be a spectrum.
Yeah.
This conversation maybe is something else to do something that's like, you can't understand what the culture is a journey and how these things guide us. So it's overwhelming. Sick graphics. Even my kid, they're over it. They're like, I didn't know what that was. Just go do something. That's how you will do this. But it's the world that goes overwhelming and also it's got to be a piece of access. You have to find, and it's funny, I'm not going to say, well, I actually say, and then which one they would do.
But it's good to get your passions to outside. It's good to find something you're good at and then you have the passion to tap into.
So I can follow what you're going to do if you're
Well, it's like this. If I had a passion and I'm 3 feet tall next to my dad, well then, obviously that's not going to set up really well. So hey, go ahead and let's ask for yeah, I was going to say, so go play down to when you're 39. But if you're good at memorizing numbers, go work on Wall Street. Okay. But somebody has to find something great. The challenge is to get a people that are good at it. There is there's some online tools. Yeah, I was going to ask that. But there's not enough information about all these things. These are the reasons that I have to navigate as a human. You're busy, always just staying alive, to do these things. That was what we were doing.
As you move just a little bit beyond that, where you had a different job on the official, it was a choice that you should go on.
But I'm just saying, I don't know if we want to things that are developing the things are being adaptable that use all these technologies. You've seen in the last 40 years, I believe what's going to happen in the next 20 years. but I'll tell you, we both get E minus one, that's even there, like, all right, well, we thought this was it, but it was actually what we can do. We are a long way from solving that. And so I think that, again, we can empower people or to things for more people versus the big corporations control. But I think so, but if you just look at the world, Hollywood is a good old boy network, there's part of that, and most people that can potentially need it, what if you for $10 a month, you go you do stores like that, and you can really 10-hour movie based on all your.
Hey, they're doing another live coding session down on 12th if you want like another like room full of people going, Rayon's teaching something, I don't know what it is, but that's kind of where a lot of the people just migrated to. Yeah, that 12th, you know how they do those vibe code nights? Yeah, vibe code night is starting right now, so that's where Rayon and everybody just, so yeah.
Things
satisfaction of me working hard for my very first car wasn't feeling absolutely other than going and doing those things. People are not don't have those things. And I can tell you this for a fact, I know lots of wealthy families, and I see those things. So I'm not worried about this part of the entire country. If I can make it hard, if I get that level of education that they can their willingness to want to get things to have those that should be raised is far greater than what you're saying is the people that are here. And so I think there's an element that will
It's just also that the lowest person isn't necessarily the poorest person.
It's right here.
The
other thing, so it's on autism.
I was thinking more like family systems that are terrible. Support and the stuff that they have.
So why are they terrible? Because the lack of human intervention or access. And can AI give that same type of access? Oh, yeah.
Bad parents because they're eventually or community decides they don't like you and your parents can't help you. Say that going forward.
So I agree with you saying some of those things are
It's just the person down here. It's one thing, like, I feel like this first kind of line of like seat, like if you live in a seat life, like an average kind of seat life.
Yeah, but like even in the exercise,
And
you're like
you're driven, you're motivated, you have great creative ideas. AI will now help you get to a level that before you could get to.
because you cut off
But if you're here,
you can extend your lifespan.
and that motivates them to achieve things that they would never achieve.
I came over here like from a country, most of those people I tend to
I think this is like
something
more of like
structures
the
that
separation of
they won't talk about it that way, but you're not seeing people who are down here come over and they can be geniuses down here and they're not the ones. I think those people there, their sea level might not be our sea level, but they might be their sea level.
I think you have a deeper argument.
Well, right now,
you have
what we've
systems
done
that have not heard of it and wants things to be is far worse or have the resources or political climate or a tax system.
Internet right now.
I mean, there's still
do you have more?
and so it's these are challenges that need to be solved. But it's
Totally. Totally. It's just, hi, do you want to join? Put a stand in there.
Likewise.
Yeah, of course. I love you.
All right.
we got to get because I haven't seen like that. I think it's
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Yes.
And I hope you won't hate us for our graphics.
I don't hate you for your graphics. One thing you said yourself.
Because I hate the graphics. By the way, we joke about the graphics a little bit because these are
I think they're better than they were 15 years ago when I was playing with stuff.
the hardest thing is with the native browser, and hopefully in roughly a year when I have that, I promise you, I will send me a note saying, we're working hard. I know what's going to happen. But this is not my you have to choose. I'm going to ignore that and be an early adopter and start using technology. Or, guess what? Hopefully I don't want to deal with any of this, but maybe
this guy dies and they have to carry him around so they all think he hasn't died yet, and he just keeps getting killed and hit. It's really funny.
I think there was a
Because it really came up with
TV show project episode based on that.
Correct.
So that's how it worked.
Sadly, is the Weekend at Bernie's was used in slaughter.
So like it was actually
They did it. Huh? Yeah, they look at you like I get a reference.
either after like
Screen? And I don't know what they're talking about either, so it happened.
I'm Benjamin Button.
see the outlet. I see the outline. That's good. But on the inside, I see the change.
I have never done, but like I don't
Yeah, probably gonna use this as
What are the processes of it, like what things are
What's that? Well, she made a movie about oh, see, that's pretty good. Yeah.
That's cool because I'm creating that's like it's to make it.
How far did you get?
How was the first day? First day was good. How was the question? All right. I might have to answer. Do you have the reason why they're here is that again, when you go to WordPress, you got to feel like it's a $1 billion company. You're not building for like when you build WordPress, what are you building it for? You're building it for
for like
we're not going to organization or
something.
we do have a private business that eventually will be successful, but we're pushing this all to open standards, and so their goal is to not build it for us. Hackathon in general. So let's say I have a problem. A lot of companies will say, let's do a hackathon. So if I get 100 people trying to solve this one problem, I give them $30,000. For me to hire people and spend 6 months building it, it costs me $1 million. So when I have a hackathon, they can solve that. What you build will go to the county or something, and then and there's also hackathons like, say if I built a new AI tool or something like that, I'll do a hackathon saying, use my AI tool because I want people to know my brand. And use it not just for the hackathon, but for, they become like, oh my god, say that's AI tool, and then word spreads and eventually becomes a cool thing that gives you a little brand, you're kind of a product. So that's a way to get it out. I got a job. I just need to go out there. See you tomorrow. We'll see you
wires though, Sean?
It's very important. Tonight, that Sean was following you. This is the most important thing.
This like the service we are using to do that.
Yeah, I mean, how, I guess.
It's like a firewall thing.
Sorry, what's the
So now it hasn't been working.
How confident they can engage with that
They can't deploy this. The thing is that when I get back to this television, right? So everybody here who's trying to set up on Railway, they can't do this anymore. But that's where you get stuck. So if you go to just to go to Railway, yeah, and
viewings of movies or whatnot. We've even had requests from people interested in watching their streaming service. So streaming service like Netflix will let you access your watch on your phone or on your laptop or on your tablet or TV. There's no reason why they shouldn't let you do this as well. And we have an in somewhere that's hopefully going to help us at some point incorporate the streaming services to be able to allow you to log in through the Metaverse browser to be able to simultaneously watch movies with your friends who are also in the same agreement. Totally possible, totally doable. And the next step, unfortunately I can't help you with this step, but I can probably find a gym to help you get you through the step to figure out how to get your get Manifold or MCP up and running. And then once you got that, you can start talking to a bunch of different users and ask them to build that interactions. The only thing you do,
Manifold or Claude.
yeah, you're gonna get Claude to actually write your to build right regulators or whatever. Anything that you can imagine, if they can't find it on the web, you should be able to create it like go to the man room is trying to feed her and watch a video with your friend. Until they take it over, they go, who took my space? Because someday they're going to claim that property until then.
So I wanted to make my space the 3D version of the website that I have.
But the thing is, like, people would have to
upload their films and they can have a lot of
not
audience
just
watching it
if people want to
and they can also pay
better
for it. So if they want
it
to
can't just be one, it has to be everybody in
they
the
can
group.
gotta sign up for tickets.
Because otherwise, the same exact
tone this down a little bit. We're going to lay off 3,000 employees, and we're going to stop our expenditures. We're going to bring them down from 30 billion a year down to 10 billion a year. So that's what we're competing. So it's a little bit rough around the edges, but it won't be much longer by this time next year. Let's see. You have companies. I know we can get something that's seamless, where it has happy result. You'll have feel. find them inside of RP1 Discord or go to trying to connect it for it to be up and running so that I could create these are the guys that created this. They wanted to make it weird, right? So this exercise here, I can't say what and so that means, and this was really the biggest interest where it seems like we've gotten the most money.
Name, what's your spirit animal? What do you want to be?
I'm kidding. Have you seen the movie The Lobster?
No, but I
I'm not
should.
sure I recommend it. It's with handsome fella. Scottish guy. You see The Penguin?
Like the movie, The Penguin?
No, the HBO series The Penguin off the Batman series. Is the guy that plays the Penguin.
Chris Hemsworth.
Penguin. With Colin. Colin, that's right. Here we go. Colin Farrell, of course. So Colin Farrell is in the movie Lobster. It's one of the lamest movies, slow movie ever. And it's not future, it's just an alternate reality universe where takes place in like England and everyone's really proper, and if you do something wrong, they send you to this facility, and apparently they're convinced that you're reborn as a spirit animal. So the goal is for them to turn into a spirit animal, and really what I think they do is just take them off and kill them. So if their spirit animal is a golden retriever, somehow they send them away and kill them, but then they bring a golden retriever back, and people think, oh my god, it's reborn as a golden retriever. So his goal was to turn into a lobster. That's what's called a lobster. Anyways, I thought I'd throw that out there reference to my spirit animal in case you unfortunately seen that movie, but
One of the best responses I've gotten, obviously it went way over my head, but like,
okay.
it's a good one.
If you'd seen the movie, you would know what I'm talking about. But I don't recommend you see the movie just to use it. So my spirit animal for real.
You're good.
Do you know how to connect color and manifold?
Well, you could set up you could set up like a headless browser, like do it through OpenFly for the agent.
No.
I don't know. Is it like what? I don't know what manifold really is.
Manifolder is a spatial fabric browser. It's like if you were to go and run an FTP client, it would connect to an FTP server, and it would allow you to interrogate a hard drive remotely and work your way down the folder. Manifold is the same thing. You can right here, right now. So, give me one second. So you can go back to the wiki because you add more of your spatial fabric or browse it. Now, if you have this connected to Claude, you can now go in and tell Claude exactly what to build in there when he's built it for you. That's how cool that is. Spatial but with Cloud MCP, you can actually do this. They built this entire thing. They had just Claude go in there and read. So they did a thing where they showed me, they're like, it said, hey Claude, go to NASA, read their website, and build a spatial fabric for our solar system. Bam. Perfect spatial fabric.
Because I remember, like when I play HVACs, why don't you just go back to HVACs then? You remember HVACs?
And if you're Earth, no, they don't. They just have Claude will do it. It'll go in there and build. They have one that will go in there and you can post it to a place on Earth and say, hey, go build this plan for it. And it will go build out this plan.
Oh yeah,
And the other thing you can do is you can ask Claude, you can send Claude the instructions. Tell Claude about the GitHub page that gives you the instructions for how to do it, and ask Claude if it can help you, walk you through the steps to follow this so that Claude can actually use it. That's the best idea. You can't figure it out, and we can't figure it out. Claude probably can't. So you start a conversation with Claude, check. You say, here's a documented list of things I need to do to get this, and can you help walk me through it step by step? I'll bet you. You can stay here and do it, or you can go home, and I'll bet you at some point within half an hour.
No, but actually Ozzy Osbourne actually made, was it Ozzy? I think it was Ozzy.
You can do that.
Actually really
I gotta find some stuff.
Not that modern thing, but he made so that an album, when you play it backwards, would actually play something. I think it was Ozzy.
Figure out how you can get Claude. Come back tomorrow and tell me, hey, Claude and I figured out how to get manifolds or
after that,
MCP hooked up.
then they started saying that they all 6 minutes special.
That's no problem. I can't. Sweet. That's the way to do it. So yeah, click on manifold MCP.
Oh yes.
Tell Claude to go look at that page and help me figure out how to make this happen. And then you can go back and manifold.
I don't know if you're a fan, but I know you made
Tell it to build anything you think he can communicate. If you've seen the movie Inception, it should be like that. Give me a screen with build the Taj Mahal and put a movie theater in the middle of it or something.
Yeah, that's not
my first That's heavy metal.
Alright, I'm gonna let you do your thing.
Okay.
Smiles.
Although now
we're gonna get something directed
So what's your name again?
I'm Dean.
Dean. Lizzie.
Okay. Good to meet you.
Like Nas X's
Everyone cleared out, guys?
videos.
Yeah,
One person left.
I've still got one more little bit of dessert. But I can get a little bit. I actually didn't get my daughter sick, but we're good. Now I'm gonna get right.
Yeah, I guess I don't know because I remember this concert, but if I do go, I do want like a chunk of meat in the face. Like that's what I envision. It's like they're just gonna be like meat chunks.
Raw meat.
sets and make sure that it will fit along, like aligned with, our what we
Best
need.
practices page? Yeah. Here's my best practices page.
Exactly. Exactly. And then the second part is basically a tool that walks you through I forgot the second part was. And then the third part was just to host it yourself. So anyway, each of those three things. And then I had it then just build me a scene. And then I then put the scene through the tool in 3 steps. And that was what I was
He's not a programmer. He's one of the dumbest guys I know.
It's true. Again, I forgot part of what I just built.
Hey, he can figure it out. What about me? No, you're pretty smart. There's another girl here who's a big poker player. Right now. Not only is he probably the most recognized poker player on the planet, he's also the smartest guy you'll ever meet when it comes to numbers. If it has good numbers, you're not going to be anyone smarter than this.
Okay, good. Yeah, at least the $20 one definitely does. I'm not sure if you. I don't know if the free plan. You might get something. Like Claude code.
20. I had Claude write like 50 pages of hard code documentation before I ran out of my $20. So $20 would be pretty cool.
Only 50 pages.
There's some heavy duty documentation. Claude's awesome.
So I have the decline credits that they gave us, and I brought it into the VS code, but for whatever reason they were saying that it wasn't compatible.
There might, so the guys that were here, Ray and the other, who's it, Ray, the other guy that was here, that's nothing?
Ray's the main person.
No, but the other guy was sitting over here typing, who was building.
McAllis.
Yeah, McAllis? McAllis. So he said, I think he was working on building an MCP. I don't even know what an MCP is. He was working on building one that would work fine, but I'm not sure if he succeeded or how that would actually integrate with Manifolder, but I do know that Manifolder was specifically designed with Quad, so probably worth $20. But it's possible you can, I tell you what, try using the free guy to figure out, tell the free one. You can figure this out, tell him that you'll pay for the real one once he gets me up and running. Once the free guy gets me up and running, I'm going to actually pay for the bigger one. And then it'll make it. I'll bet the two of you can figure out how to make that work, even without the password automatic. I think they're pretty diligent, and I don't think that they would put instructions online that aren't accurate. We would, but I don't think they would. We consistently put data online. Good night. I'm gonna trade hair. You want to trade hair for a couple weeks? Under my hair all day for
That's legit. I can imagine, dude, for sure. Yeah, a lot of maintenance. Yeah. I guess I don't know what all over the place looks like. It's pretty solid. Yeah, I hear you. Do you dread it yourself? Did you dread it yourself? Yeah, that's expensive, right? Yeah, dreads are not cheap hair. Like, at all.
The prices tend to go up every year almost.
Yeah.
Recently, I think I paid, the last one I paid $200. The time for that, I paid $300. I moved to San Francisco, so it's, kind of finding out someone now.
Yeah.
I'm understanding that prices
For sure.
probably like,
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to ultimately whatever the person wants to charge, right? You know?
In that case, I don't blame you for wanting to see it.
yeah, right?
Right, literally.
Literally, I would see later.
Later. Coming back tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Sunday. We'll be here all morning. We can get here like 8. I'll be here till. We have a industry after party. It's a mixer. It's o'clock in the evening. We'll be here all day. Thank you, food.
Peace out, Glenn. Do you know you're going to meet when you grow up?
I'm going with Nicaragua. Right now we go with the snow leopard.
Snow leopard. Yeah.
Looking at trying to find stuff.
Well, the thing is it can change. I mean, it can change as often as a day, an hour. I mean, evening then morning. You know, it's sort of
It has to be a fictitious animal.
Yeah.
So the first thing he says is stop.
should have been the first thing I did.
Point Claude at the instructions and say, hey, can you follow these and get me hooked up? You can even do it step by step. So how do we solve? Say, here's what I need to accomplish. Take me through it step by step. And we'll do it. That is instructions probably. Okay, we're out of here. Good night.
All right, thank you. Good night.
Thank you for blessing us with this awesome stuff.
Thank you. Let's make sure. Yeah.
there's no one else here to help me.
Yeah, I mean, so you're trying to like, you're trying to connect what do you want to be able to tell Claude to make the building different?
Or yeah, just to be able to help me build at all. Because
I would try.
they gave us those Klein credits. I downloaded VS Code and I connected Klein to VS Code. It was creating something for me, but I don't know if it just was not connected to RP1 or I don't know where it was supposed to be connected to. And it created code, but someone said it broke the code on the whatever this thing is called, the scene assembler. Said that it broke this code here by using Klein.
So I would I haven't like played around with the tools you're talking with, but like if you're thinking world gen, have you heard like world labs?
Yeah, I heard World Lab, yeah.
I mean, those are probably they're probably not, they're probably using too many polygons.
This is probably too good.
Yeah, but I would just, like, honestly, Mary, unless you want to learn or like do it for a very specific reason or for the sake of doing it, I would honestly, I would just go rent. I would just go rent. I would just go rent people's shit. You know, like there's no sense in doing it unless you're either doing it for the sake of it or like you like actually want to do it.
I mean,
You know?
at this point, I just want to give them something. Just definition of step? What you trying to say, personal?
I don't know. It said them. That was like, it said, oh, you cannot take, you cannot point blank at someone after they do it. I said, excuse me.
Who was that?
Exactly. And then to say like, oh, my stress plan cannot be to me, from what I've seen from
like. The camera is just on, but it's not, I don't think it's loud.
You're totally right though. It's just different.